All right, come closer. Tonight we slip into the past, not as a knight or a noble, but as something far more fragile. You stand under the pale breath of dawn, a scroll tucked into the folds of your threadbare cloak, boots damp from the dew-soaked ground. There is no fanfare, no farewell, only the thud of your heart as you take that first reluctant step onto a dirt path that stretches toward danger. You are a messenger now, not a glamorous one, not even a well-paid one, just someone who carries the words of people more important than you. And that, ironically, makes your life incredibly disposable. Your hands tremble, not from the cold, but from the weight of the wax-sealed parchment. You don't know what it says. You're not supposed to, but you know enough to be afraid. Is it a message of alliance? A declaration of war? A royal confession of adultery wrapped in silk and secrets? You'll never know. Unless it's opened by the wrong hands. Then everyone will know, and your head will likely roll for it. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing that strikes you isn't the cold, or the hunger, or even the loneliness. It's the quiet. That odd, heavy silence that wraps around you like wet wool, broken only by your own footsteps crunching over fallen leaves. You wish for some sound, birds, a distant lute, even a bark from a mangy village dog. But no, just you, your thoughts, and the weight of words that aren't yours. Back then, to be a royal messenger was to be part ghost, part shadow. You weren't supposed to draw attention, and yet you were often draped in livery that screamed your allegiance. A walking target. You carry both pride and peril stitched into your sleeves. Historically speaking, messengers weren't just errand boys. In some courts, especially during the High Middle Ages, they were granted temporary immunity under the jus gentium, a sort of early international diplomatic courtesy. In theory, no one could harm you. In reality, that courtesy lasted until the first angry noble decided your scroll offended his ego. And let's not forget the whisper networks. Every village had its gossips, every town its watchers. A stranger walking with purpose was like fresh blood in shark-infested waters. People noticed. Sometimes they warned you with a loaf of bread and a pitying look. Sometimes they alerted the wrong people. Your eyes scanned the hedgerows. You imagined crossbows in the trees, bandits with dirt-caked fingernails crouching behind mossy stumps. You adjust the scroll hidden beneath your tunic. You don't even realize you're holding your breath. There's also the mental burden, one no one talks about. You've learned to walk with suspicion etched into your spine. You can't trust fellow travelers, and you definitely can't sleep soundly. You dream of betrayals. You dream of flames. Sometimes, you dream of parchment unraveling like a serpent and hissing your secrets aloud. Quirky tidbit for you. In 14th century Bohemia, some messengers were trained to memorize poems or messages word for word in case their scrolls were lost or stolen. They were basically medieval USB drives with anxiety disorders. And of course, historians still argue whether messengers were truly considered neutral agents or just glorified tools for political manipulation. Some point to recorded instances of high-ranking messengers being given safe passage, while others cite cases where couriers were impaled at city gates as warnings. Your fingers twitch. You check your boots again. The left one leaks. The right one squeaks. You remind yourself not to limp too noticeably. It shows weakness. You already look like prey. A child watches you from a cottage window, wide-eyed, face smeared with soot. You smile faintly, but the child doesn't smile back, just disappears into the shadows like a warning swallowed whole. You pass a milestone carved with weathered Latin, Via Regia, the King's Road. Sounds fancy. Mostly means more people will know where to find you. Still, you press on, because behind you lies the wrath of a disappointed baron, and ahead, if you're lucky, a warm stable and a jug of sour ale. If you're not lucky, well, you won't have to worry about delivering anything ever again. The farther you get from the castle walls, the more the road begins to dissolve beneath your feet. It's not really a road anymore, more of a suggestion. Dirt churned into mud, ruts deep enough to trap a cow, and puddles so stagnant they reflect a version of you that already looks half dead. You trudge onward, your cloak soaked and your toes numb, whispering curses at every stone that jabs through your boot sole. There's no glory in this job, and the path certainly isn't paved with it. At some point, a tree branch swipes at your face like it's had enough of your optimism. You duck under the next one, but it's too late. Your cheek stings, probably bleeding. Add that to the tally. One leaking boot, one leaking face. In medieval Europe, especially in the early 13th century, the majority of long-distance travel was done on foot, even for messengers. Horses were reserved for high-priority riders or military dispatches. Basically, unless your scroll bore the king's seal or smelled like papal incense, you walked through marsh, through fog, through forests that never seemed to end. And those forests? They were legends in themselves. Not the friendly kind with babbling brooks and songbirds. No, these were the damp, oppressive woods that creaked with menace and grew thicker the deeper you went. Trees leaned over like eavesdropping conspirators. Every rustle was a dagger. Every silence, worse. You pause by a twisted oak, its bark clawed with old scars. Maybe bears. Maybe something less natural. You're not sure which is worse. Your breath fogs the air, and you realize how quiet the world has become. Even your footsteps feel like they're intruding. And that's when it hits you. The roads weren't made for safety. They were just the space between risks. This wasn't infrastructure. This was exposure. Bandits loved roads. They waited at narrow passes, bridge crossings, places where carts had to slow down, or where travelers bunched together. Some worked alone, most didn't. And they didn't always want your money. Sometimes they just wanted to know what you were carrying. Sometimes they wanted your story, then made sure you couldn't tell it again. There's a popular myth that medieval travelers formed caravans for safety. But messengers? You had to stay discreet. You couldn't exactly blend into a crowd when your instructions were to avoid notice and deliver quickly. So you went alone. Alone through wolf territory. Alone past villages that hadn't seen a stranger in a year. Alone when your footsteps echoed louder than your heartbeat. And wolves, yes, they were real. In winter, They came down from the hills, lean and desperate. France had entire regions known for wolf traps, not for livestock, but for people. Hungary reported messenger disappearances so frequently that dispatch routes had to be rewritten. Here's a curious little historical tidbit. In some parts of Poland and Prussia, early courier belts were made with small clappers or bells to scare off wildlife. The idea? If you made enough noise, the animals would leave you alone. Of course, humans heard the bells too, which, let's face it, kind of defeats the whole low-profile plan. Historians still debate whether the majority of messengers were killed by people or nature. The medieval chronicles often exaggerate. But one thing is clear. Being alone in the wilderness with valuable information painted a target on your back. Some argue more couriers were accidentally delayed by fellow nobles than by natural causes. Others believe wolves get a worse reputation than they deserve. Either way, you keep walking. Not because you're brave, because there's no other choice. You cross a shallow stream, carefully balancing on stones. The water smells metallic, tinged with decay. A rabbit carcass bobs near the edge. You don't look long. You're trying not to think about the food in your pack because you've already eaten it. Day 2 without a real meal. And you're hoping the next village has bread that doesn't break your teeth. Then, a sound. You freeze. It's subtle, but it's there. A shuffle. Could be a deer. Could be your imagination. Could be something else. You grip your walking stick like it's a weapon and remind yourself, don't run. Running says guilt. Running says, I have something worth stealing. The noise fades. You breathe again. Barely. You pass a weather-worn shrine at a crossroads. St. Christopher, patron of travelers. Someone's left an offering. A coin, a feather, and a slice of bread wrapped in cloth. You eye the bread for a long second, then you keep walking. That bread might be watched, might be poisoned, might belong to another desperate soul. The day drags. Clouds gather like plotting nobles. You feel the first fat drop hit your nose just before the downpour begins. Of course, because what's a medieval messenger without a storm soaking their parchment? You wrap the scroll tighter, hiding it beneath your tunic. Your own body becomes its shield. If it gets wet, the ink could run. If it's unreadable, your journey was pointless. And if the seal breaks, well, let's not think about that. You're drenched by the time you find shelter, if you can call it that. An abandoned cart, half rotted, leans against the slope of a ditch. It smells like mildew and old turnips, but it's better than standing in the open. You duck beneath its warped frame and press your back against the wooden slats. The scroll, now tucked inside your tunic, warm against your chest. You cradle it like it's something sacred. In a way, it is. It's not just paper. It's your job, your duty, your possible death sentence. It's dark under the cart. You listen to the rain pound above you like 1,000 tiny hooves. You wonder how many messengers have done this same thing. Hidden from weather, from people, from the consequences of the words they carry. You imagine one of them long ago, maybe in this very spot, parchment in hand, heart pounding, whispering prayers in Latin. Maybe they survived. Probably not. Writing in the medieval world was expensive, and mistakes were even more costly. Most messages weren't just written, they were crafted. Scribes used ink made from gallnuts and iron salts, which could eat through parchment if poorly mixed. If a courier spilled water on a letter, or if condensation seeped through their cloak, the message could literally dissolve. And if that message was a treaty, a warning, or an order of execution, guess who was blamed? Not the ink, not the weather. You. You check the seal again. Still intact. A simple red wax blob with a crest pressed into it. Some noble's family emblem. Though you couldn't name it, even if you squinted. You're not supposed to know. That's part of the game. Carry it. Don't question it. Deliver it. Don't read it. But sometimes, people did read them. And sometimes, they paid for it with their hands. There's a case in early 12th century England where a messenger, young, inexperienced, likely hungry, was caught with an open scroll. It was blank. A test. The scroll had been deliberately sealed with nothing inside. And when it arrived, tampered with, the courier was accused of treason. He was blinded, not for betrayal, but for curiosity. Quirky fact of the night. Some royal courts use decoy messages to weed out disloyal couriers. Dummy scrolls were sent along dummy routes, and if they didn't arrive unopened, well, the message wasn't the only thing getting cut short. Historians still argue whether this practice was widespread or just occasional court paranoia. Some believe it was reserved for high-level intelligence work. Others think it was simply another cruel method to keep underlings obedient and afraid. You shift under the cart and try to rest. Not sleep, just rest. You can't really sleep when your job includes a side dish of existential dread. You close your eyes and listen to the rain and try to think of something warm. A fire, a cooked meal, someone humming. Your thoughts flicker like candlelight and threaten to go out, but the sound of hooves snaps them back. Not in your imagination this time. Real, distant, rhythmic. A single rider, a small group. You can't see, only hear, and that's worse. You hold your breath. What if it's another messenger? What if it's a patrol? What if it's someone who's been following you since morning? You press yourself tighter against the cart's frame and wonder, not for the first time, why the gods of this world hate information so much that they try to kill its every courier. The hoofbeats fade, but the silence they leave behind is louder than before. Later, when the rain eases, you emerge, stiff, cold, paranoid. You resume your path with the cautious gait of someone who knows they're walking a trail that dozens before them never completed. You pass a rock formation that looks vaguely like a face. Eyes, mouth, nose. You nod to it like an old friend. You're talking to rocks now. Good sign. And then, something worse than hoofbeats. Voices. Up ahead, two figures standing in the middle of the road. They haven't seen you yet. One leans on a staff. The other holds something curved. Could be a scythe. Could be a sword. Either way, not ideal. You backtrack quickly, duck behind a hedge, and wait. Wait too long, and they'll wonder why the bushes are breathing. Walk too fast, and you'll look like you have something to hide, which you do. But this isn't a choose-your-own adventure. You don't get options. You don't get backup. You get one scroll and a lot of very real fear. You crouch there until your knees ache, until the voices fade, until the sun dips far enough that shadows stretch like fingers. Then you move again. You press on. The daylight bleeding into that gray, fuzzy twilight that never quite feels like evening, but definitely doesn't qualify as safe. This is the in-between hour, when shadows deepen and everything starts to feel just a little wrong. Every tree looks like a figure, every breeze feels like a whisper, and your own footsteps start to sound like someone else's. The road narrows into a bramble-lined corridor. Your cloak snags on thorns, as if the bushes themselves are trying to hold you back, as if nature has finally decided to take a side. You keep your hands low, fingers curled around the fabric hiding the scroll. There's a pull in your gut, a gnawing feeling that you're being watched. But then again, you've been feeling that all day. Maybe it's just the job, or maybe it's the scroll. You remember the warning. If you read it, you die. If you lose it, you die. If you deliver it late, well, let's just say the nobleman who hired you had a very expressive face and a collection of suspiciously polished swords. And here's the kicker. Even if you never know what the message says, you can still die for it. Some messages are like curses, words that carry so much weight. The mere act of delivering them makes you complicit. You've heard the stories. Messengers hung in village squares because the scroll they carried contained news of tax hikes, conscription, or worse, royal weddings. Yes, nothing makes people angrier than realizing their lives will be spent paying for a stranger's silk napkins and ceremonial archers. In fact, in the 14th century, a courier was stoned in Florence after delivering a papal decree that closed several brothels. The crowd didn't care who signed it. He was just the guy who brought the news. Sometimes, it's not even what you say. It's that you said anything at all. Quirky detail? Some noble families had fire couriers, people whose job was not to deliver messages, but to destroy them if caught. They carried flint, wax, and sharp blades to slice and burn parchment in seconds. You, unfortunately, are not one of them. You're not trusted with fire. You're barely trusted with direction. And yet you move forward, down a path that's somehow both too straight and too narrow. It looks like it was carved with purpose. That's suspicious. Purpose usually means control. And control means someone's land. You're probably trespassing. Again. Historians still argue whether messengers had true immunity or just the illusion of it. Some claim heralds and royal couriers bore crests and badges that guaranteed safe passage. Others insist those symbols made them more of a target, especially in regions where loyalty shifted faster than seasons. You reach a fork, one path is muddy, churned up by wagon wheels. The other is dry and dark, like something that hasn't been used in weeks. Logic says, stick to the well-tread way. Instinct says, avoid the obvious. You pick the mud. Your boots sink with every step, suctioning with a wet slap that makes stealth a joke. But at least you're not isolated. The tracks suggest others have passed this way. Maybe traders, maybe monks, maybe other messengers, or maybe no one at all. And the tracks are bait. You start humming softly to yourself. Not a song you know, just notes strung together like a spell against fear. It helps. A little. In the distance, a bell tolls. You stop. One chime, two, then silence. Not a church bell. Smaller. Handheld. Probably a traveler's bell. Used to warn of approach, or to scare off animals, or to signal company. You wait. Crouched behind a stump. The bell doesn't return. But you're alert now. Nerves dancing beneath your skin. You resume walking. Slower. Softer. The mud path veers into an open stretch. A clearing with stones placed just so. A circle? Ritualistic? Ancient? You've stumbled into someone's sacred space, though you don't know whose. You keep to the edge, eyes low, mouth closed. Superstition matters out here. People bury charms in the dirt, carve symbols into bark, and smear ashes on their doors. And messengers? They're known to be cursed, bearers of bad news, bringers of endings. You're not welcome in most places, especially not holy ones. There's an old belief, particularly in rural France and parts of the Baltic, that receiving a letter by hand can invite a spirit of ending, a sort of death omen in human form. Naturally, messengers weren't popular guests. You quicken your pace. The woods rise again, and now you're climbing. Slowly, painfully. Your thighs burn. The road becomes a trail, then a suggestion, then a scramble over roots and rocks. You curse whoever built this kingdom without considering topography. You crest the hill just as the sun finally disappears, leaving you in a charcoal smudge of dusk. Ahead, nestled between hills, a few flickering lights, a village, small, faintly smoking chimneys. You could stop, rest, maybe ask for bread in exchange for a coin. But the scroll in your coat says otherwise. Time matters. You descend, and behind you, somewhere deep in the trees, a branch snaps, loud, deliberate. You do not turn around. You keep walking. Not quickly. Too quick is suspicious, but with just enough urgency to make your boots forget they're soaked. Your neck prickles. That snapping branch wasn't an animal. It was weight. Human weight. The kind that doesn't flee when heard, but waits, watches, follows. But you're a messenger. You're used to being followed. By suspicion. By danger. By silence that breathes too close. You reach the village as night pulls its heavy blanket over the hills. It's small. No wall. Just clustered homes of thatched roofs and warped timber, all huddled together like gossiping old women. You pass under a crude wooden arch where someone carved a faded sigil, protection from spirits. Probably. You wonder if it works on real threats. Probably not. No one greets you. No one ever does. A few shuttered windows twitch. A door creaks open and closes again before you even look up. You could knock. You could ask for shelter. But you're carrying a sealed scroll, and that makes you radioactive in the medieval world. One look at the crest, and they might assume you bring taxes or troops. And here lies the true peril, not the message, but the assumptions it invites. Most villagers can't read, but they can recognize wax. A seal implies power, and power, to them, almost always comes with a price. In one infamous incident in 1321, a messenger arrived in a rural German hamlet with a scroll that no one could read. The seal looked like the king's, so the villagers assumed it was a land seizure order. They burned the scroll. Then, for good measure, they burned the messenger. It turned out to be a request for wool prices. You tap on the side of a barn. No answer. You keep walking. A dog barks behind a fence, low and suspicious. You look at it, nod, and move on. The dog doesn't nod back. You decide to sleep in the chapel. It's small, crooked, and empty. No priest, just a cold altar and the lingering smell of incense. You sit in the back, unroll your cloak near a corner, and lean against the wall. It creaks under your weight, like it might give up and collapse just to spite you. Your stomach growls, loudly. You take out your last piece of bread. It's hard enough to chip a tooth, but it's yours. You gnaw on it in the dark while listening to the chapel settle, to the beams above groan like old bones. There's a strange comfort in churches. They're supposed to be neutral. Supposed to. Not always. Some priests are kind. Others are spies with better robes. You once met a monk who slipped poisoned ink into a scroll and watched the recipient collapse mid-read. True story. Or maybe just tavern talk. It's hard to tell. That's the thing about messengers. You collect stories like bruises, but only half of them are yours. Quirky historical tidbit? Some noble courts used edible ink for messages, written on communion wafers. The courier would carry the wafer in their mouth or a hidden pouch. Once received, the message was read and eaten. Literal food for thought. Useful for secrets. Terrible for digestion. Historians still argue whether edible messages were ever widely used or just an apocryphal invention of paranoid rulers. But even if untrue, it tells you something. People believed in a world where every word could be weaponized, even with honey and flour. You finish your bread and sit in the dark. The scroll rests against your chest, like a second heartbeat. You don't know what it says, but it weighs more with each passing mile. Not in grams. In implications. You drift, not asleep, not awake, just suspended. You think about the people on the other end of this delivery. Will they be grateful? Angry? Will they slit it open with a jeweled dagger or tear it with shaking hands? Or will they never even see it? What if you don't make it? You shake the thought away. You've come too far for that. Besides, you've already done harder routes. Remember the crossing into Aragon last winter? The mule that kicked you? The innkeeper who tried to trade you for a pig? You rub your shoulder at the memory. Still tender. The night deepens, and outside, rain returns. Gentle, steady, like the sky's trying to lull you back into sleep. You close your eyes, just for a moment. Then, a knock. You freeze. You're not imagining it. The chapel door, 3 slow knocks. You stay silent. A voice. Messenger? They know. You don't respond. You stay pressed to the wall, heartbeat in your throat. Footsteps shuffle away. Then nothing. You wait a full hour before you move again. When you step back outside, the village is still and drenched in silver moonlight. You walk fast, past the houses, past the sleeping fields. You don't look back. The scroll feels heavier now. The road is slick beneath your boots as you leave the village behind. Every puddle a mirror of your exhausted face. Every gust of wind reminding you that comfort is a luxury couriers don't get. The scroll tucked under your tunic presses against your ribs. No longer warm, just damp and stubborn. You don't know who knocked on the chapel door last night, or how they knew you were there. But you're sure of one thing. It wasn't a blessing. The stars overhead offer little comfort. You try to remember their names. Orion, maybe, or the one that looks like a kitchen ladle. But your brain is too tired to reach for constellations. All you see now are turning points and possibilities. What if you'd opened that door? What if you'd stayed in the barn instead? What if you threw the scroll in the river and walked away? But you don't. Because you're not paid to question. You're paid, barely, to walk, to survive. And, if you're lucky, to hand over a message and vanish. This stretch of land between towns is worse than the forest. Wide open. Moonlight throws your shadow long and sharp behind you. If someone wanted to pick you off, now's their chance. There's nowhere to hide. You try not to think about that. Instead, you focus on the rhythm of your steps, on the sound of gravel, on the way your breath fogs up and fades like words you'll never get to say. Being a messenger isn't about strength. It's about silence. The worst deaths, they say, are the ones with no audience. Plenty of messengers vanished in these fields. No graves, no markers, just rumors, and a new scroll issued to someone else the next day. You're not unique. You're recyclable. You pass an old milestone buried in weeds. The engraving is chipped, but you can still make out part of the inscription. A.D. Tenebras. Toward the darkness. Encouraging. You recall a tale from a merchant caravan. A royal messenger once mistaken for a deserter and hanged from this very post. No trial, no question. The letter he carried arrived 3 weeks later, blood-stained and unreadable. Historians still argue whether messenger uniforms were consistent enough to prevent such mistakes. Some say the king's colors were universally respected. Others point out that if the wrong Lord soldiers caught you, colors were just more evidence to justify your execution. You pass a roadside shrine, another St. Christopher. Someone's draped a garland of dead flowers over the statue's neck, and beneath it, a crudely scrawled phrase, "Words kill." You nod grimly. Whoever wrote that wasn't wrong. There's a stream up ahead, narrow, fast, cutting a silver line through the moor. You kneel beside it, cup your hands, and drink. The water is cold, biting. It tastes of iron and leaves and ancient roots. You wash your face, your hands, then your boots. You don't know why. Ritual, maybe. A moment to feel human. As you sit on the bank, you spot movement across the stream. A figure, cloaked, still, just watching. No lantern, no motion, just present. You pretend not to notice. You gather your things and rise slowly. They don't follow. You cross a wooden bridge. Every plank groans beneath your weight. And for a second, you wonder if the bridge will simply give up on you. Snap, collapse, toss you into the current. But it holds, just barely. And then, finally, something resembling shelter. An old watchtower, half collapsed, leaning like a drunk noble at a feast. You slip inside, finding a dry spot beneath fallen beams. It smells of dust and burnt rope. Someone used this place before you. Someone probably didn't leave. You settle into a corner and try to warm yourself. The night air seeps into your bones. You want to sleep. You can't. So you take out the scroll. You don't open it, of course, but you run your fingers along the edge of the seal. You imagine what it might say. A pardon? A death sentence? A marriage proposal? Maybe it's something dull. Grain counts, taxes, wool exports. But you doubt it. No one sends couriers through lands like this unless the message matters. Quirky fact? In the Byzantine Empire, messengers sometimes carried 2 letters, one decoy, one real. If captured, they'd hand over the fake. The real message? Hidden in a hollowed-out ring or sewn into a horse's saddle. You glance at your own simple gear. No tricks, no backup. Just one scroll, and whatever courage hasn't rotted out of you yet. You lean your head against the stone wall. Listen to the wind, whistle through broken slats. And for a brief, dangerous moment, you start to nod off. But the cold wakes you. Again. You keep moving. Dawn doesn't rise. It leaks through the clouds, a thin smear of gray that barely distinguishes itself from the night. Your bones ache. Your tongue is dry, but you're still here. And in your world, that counts as a win. You stretch your legs, shake out your cloak, and step into the chill morning with the reluctant grace of someone who knows the day will be long and unkind. The scroll is still there, tucked against your chest like a stubborn heartbeat. Still sealed, still quiet, still dangerous. The village you reach by mid-morning isn't much more than 4 houses and a trough. There's a blackened forge, clearly long cold, and a stone well with mossy lips. 2 goats stare at you like you owe them money. No people. Not one. It feels abandoned, but not in the way time abandons a place. This feels recent. You check the doors. Not locked. Just ajar. Bowls on tables. A spoon dropped mid-meal. You scan the horizon for signs of plague markers. Nothing. No red paint. No burning stacks. No X's on the doors. Still, something's off. You step into the smallest house. A candle is burned all the way down. The wax cooled in a perfect pool. Unmoved. You don't linger. Back outside. You notice the silence. No birds. No dogs. Even the goats have shuffled off. You've learned to read silence. And this one whispers, "Leave." So you do. But your mind lingers. Was it a warning? A trap? Did the scroll have something to do with it? You shake your head. Paranoia is a side effect of the job. Right up there with trench foot, shallow sleep, and the constant sense that you're just a pawn in someone else's game. Back on the road, your feet start to blister. One particularly sharp rock makes you curse audibly, and you kick it, only to regret it instantly. Your toe throbs. Somewhere. A knight in polished armor rides on silk cushions while a messenger limps in the mud, carrying his battles in a scroll. You think of a story. A courier in Navarre who delivered a message so sensitive. The recipient slit his throat immediately after reading it, then sent the scroll back with a different courier and the same seal. Reusable death. Efficient. Historians still debate whether such stories were allegories or actual practice. Some think the violence was exaggerated to deter nosy couriers. Others argue it happened more often than recorded. After all, dead messengers don't file complaints. You stop by a stream and wash your face again. The water here is colder, cleaner. It helps. Just then, the sound of hooves behind you. You freeze. This time, it's no illusion. A rider approaches. Fast. You step off the path, into the tall grass, keeping your back straight and your eyes down. It's always safer to look poor and unimportant. The horse slows. The rider, cloaked in gray, eyes you for a moment, says nothing, and continues on. No crest, no livery, just dust and silence. You wait a full 5 minutes before moving again. Quirky tidbit. In some regions, messengers were trained to mimic accents of neighboring territories to blend in better. It wasn't just about walking fast. It was about not dying. You practice dialects the way others practice swordplay. But you're not one of those polished types. You've got 3 words in Latin, a handful of fake names, and one increasingly suspicious limp. The road curves toward the hills now. The land grows rockier, with scrubby grass and fewer trees. You welcome it. Forests conceal too much. Here, at least, you can see your death coming. Midday brings warmth and weariness. You find a half-collapsed wall and sit, You check the scroll again, not to open it, just to reassure yourself it's real, that you haven't imagined the whole thing, that your suffering has a physical form. It does. The wax seal glows faintly in the sun, deep red, slightly cracked at the edges. Not broken. Not yet. You whisper a quiet prayer, not because you're religious, but because you need something to speak into the silence. You remember another messenger who swore by charms, dried frog legs tied to his belt, said they kept him safe. He was found in a ditch with the frogs still intact. Maybe the frogs were the only lucky ones. A hawk circles above you, sharp and deliberate. You wave at it. You're not sure why. The next milestone is ancient, half buried, covered in moss, but still legible. Saxum mortis, the stone of death. Charming. You pick up your pace. You can see your destination now. Far ahead, tucked between hills, a tower, not grand, not golden, but stone. And stone usually means someone important enough to need a message. You steel yourself. Still a day's walk. Still 1,000 risks between you and that final knock on a wooden door. But you've come this far. You are not a knight. You are not a noble. You are a name no one will remember. But you are a messenger. And today, you are still alive. By late afternoon, the sun dips behind a bank of low clouds, the air turning heavy again. Not rainy, just damp. Like the sky is exhaling over everything and refusing to stop. You trudge uphill through gravel and scrub, feeling every blister, every crack in your heel. The tower on the horizon remains stubbornly distant, as if it's playing some cruel game with your depth perception. Your scroll jostles against your chest. You readjust it again. How many times today now? You've stopped counting. Funny how something so small can feel so alive, like it wants to leap from your tunic and shout its secrets to the wind. But you won't let it. You crest the next hill and spot movement in the distance. A wagon. No. 2. Carts creaking over the path, pulled by tired mules. You crouch low behind a rock and wait. A hand instinctively goes to your stick. Not that it would help much, but it's better than nothing. The carts pass slowly. 2 men walk alongside them, talking in low tones. One laughs. You don't hear what they say, but the language is familiar. Low Saxon, maybe border region dialect. You're close to a jurisdictional no man's land now, where loyalties blur and every seal you carry is both a passport and a potential execution order. Here's a truth few talk about. Messengers were rarely informed of the full political implications of what they carried. You might be transporting peace treaties to one noble and assassination orders to his rival the next day. Sometimes, both scrolls came from the same hand. You were the pen, not the ink. Back in the 15th century, there's a recorded case of a Flemish courier who unknowingly delivered a message containing his own death warrant, an internal purge disguised as diplomatic correspondence. By the time he handed it off, he was invited in for supper and never came out. Historians still argue over whether he ever knew. The path narrows again into a small gorge. Walls of stone rise on either side. Perfect ambush country. You pause. Listen. Nothing. Just the occasional chirp of a sparrow. That, in itself, is suspicious. But you've lingered too long. Best to keep moving. Your boots crunch over gravel, echoing between the stone walls. You whisper a song under your breath, something your mother hummed when you were little. long before you ever dreamed of walking a kingdom's arteries with other people's secrets pressed to your ribs. You catch sight of a worn symbol carved into the canyon wall. It's almost gone, smoothed by wind and time, a courier's mark, left behind as a message. Safe passage. 3 days ago. You exhale slowly. Not much, but it helps. Quirky tidbit? Some messengers developed whole visual languages, carving tiny marks into trees or stones to communicate with each other across territories. Warnings, safe inns, corrupt watchmen. Even messages like, avoid this village, pigs are sick. A forgotten network of invisible words. You emerge from the gorge and find a crossroads. Not the metaphorical kind. An actual, rickety signpost, half rotten, tilting toward a ditch. One arm points toward Vanderhold. The other says simply, North Keep. No distances listed, just names. As if the journey doesn't matter, only the destination. That feels about right. You pause and sit under the signpost. You eat the last apple from your pouch. It's mealy, sour, but better than air. Your jaw aches from chewing, but you force it down. Your body needs something besides paranoia. As you sit, you unroll a small cloth. Inside, a crumpled letter from another job. A thank you, written by a child. They drew a crooked horse and signed it for safe mail. It makes you smile. You've kept it longer than you've kept coins. You start walking again. The wind picks up now, sharp and playful. It snatches your hood and tosses it back. You tighten your cloak and push on. The road grows uneven. Stones shift underfoot. Somewhere nearby, a raven caws. It sounds like mockery. Then you see it, not the tower. A man, sitting by the side of the road. At first, you think he's asleep, but his posture is too stiff, too frozen. You approach carefully, warily. His head tilts downward, face covered by a travel hood. He doesn't move. You call out. No answer. You come closer. He's dead. You step back. Hard. You don't touch him. You don't need to. The flies already have. His tunic is faded, but you see the glint of something waxy near his chest. A broken seal. A scroll. You swallow hard. Another messenger. Quirky coincidence? Or intentional warning? You don't stay long enough to find out. Historians still debate whether courier assassinations were orchestrated or opportunistic. Some scholars claim rival lords paid handsomely for intercepted messages. Others think it was simpler. Hungry people did desperate things. Either way, you know better than to linger near a dead man with the same job as you. You walk faster, and as you move, you can't help but wonder, who was he delivering to? And what if it was the same person you're heading toward? You walk with a new weight now. Not just the scroll pressed to your chest, but the image of that fallen courier clinging to your thoughts like damp cloth. His body still seated, head bowed, like he simply stopped trying. You wonder if he knew his message wouldn't arrive, if he suspected he wouldn't either, or if, right up until the end, he thought he'd make it. That's the worst part of this job. Not the mud, the hunger, or even the danger. It's the knowing that your success might not matter. You've delivered messages that were never opened. Ones burned unread. Ones dismissed with a scoff. You once rode 3 days straight through sleet only to hand off a letter that was used to light a candle. No thank you. No coin. Just smoke. Still, you go on. The land flattens into a wide, open heath. Wind-carved grass, low brambles, and distant trees that never seem to get closer. Your shadow stretches long behind you. Silent company. The tower you've been chasing for what feels like a week is now visibly closer. Still hours away, but no longer a rumor on the horizon. You can see its flags now, white with a blue diagonal cross. A minor noble house, if you remember right. They're known for breeding horses and flipping allegiances, mostly the second one. You stop by a small shrine tucked under a bent tree. A carved figure of a woman, no face, just weathered suggestion. There's an offering, a bit of cheese, some flowers, and a worn copper coin. You leave the coin. You need the luck more than you need money right now. Then, hoof prints, fresh. You kneel. Run your fingers over the impressions in the dirt. At least 2 riders. Not going toward the tower, coming from it. You stand. Look around. Nothing but wind and sky. Your stomach clenches. You feel it again. That creeping sense that your message has outrun its purpose. That by the time you arrive, the recipient will already know. Or worse, already acted. Here's a nasty bit of courier trivia. In some regions, messengers were intentionally sent with false delays. Time to arrive after an event, after a coup, after a betrayal, after the blade had already fallen. Their job was to pretend urgency. So when they arrived, it looked like a warning had come too late. When in fact, that was the point. Historians still argue whether this practice was strategic or merely sadistic. Either way, it makes you paranoid. You keep moving. Faster now, legs burning. The sky is darkening again. Not storm dark, just that leaden, murky gray that tells you the day is done with you. You scan the horizon for anything out of place. Then, ahead, a man, on foot, hooded, coming your way. You slow, heart ticking louder than your steps. He sees you, raises a hand. Friendly? Too early to tell. As he nears, he calls out, "Messenger?" Your breath catches. You nod. He's young, face windburned, but clean. Clothes plain, boots better than yours. He looks you over with the practiced eye of someone used to assessing risk. "I was sent to meet you," he says. "From the keep. No crest, no badge, no parchment. You don't move." "By whom?" you ask. He smiles. "The one who's waiting for that." He nods toward your chest. You don't look down. "Name?" He shrugs. "Doesn't matter. You're expected." You hate this. Everything about it. There's no protocol for being met on the road, especially not without credentials. But you've seen messengers disappear for asking fewer questions. Quirky historical aside, in some border regions, nobles used proxy retrievers. Servants trained to intercept couriers and return with messages personally, minimizing risk. The problem? Anyone could pretend to be one. You narrow your eyes. "If I'm expected," you say, "why didn't they send a rider?" He doesn't flinch. "They did. He's dead." The cold settles deeper in your gut. You say nothing, just nod. "Fine," you say. "Walk ahead of me." He pauses, then smiles again, not kindly. "As you wish." You follow, keeping your distance, watching his hands, watching the space between you. You may not be a soldier, but you've survived this long by assuming every smile hides a knife. The tower grows larger with every step. You can see guards on the parapets now, small figures in silhouette. You wonder if they're watching you, if they've seen your scroll, if they're already preparing a grave. As you walk, the man speaks casually. Long journey? You grunt. He nods. You don't talk much. That's good. Talking gets messengers killed. You don't answer. He gestures toward the tower. They'll take it from here. You won't need to go inside? Your stomach drops again. You stop walking. So I deliver it, you say slowly. But I don't meet the recipient? He shrugs. They're busy. No, you say flatly. They're avoiding me. He turns. You can give it to me. I'll bring it in. You reach into your tunic. Not for the scroll, for your knife. The little one. The one you've never used until now. His eyes flicker. You don't trust me. No, you say. But I trust the message. You keep walking. Past him. Toward the tower. And this time, he follows you. You walk the final stretch, with the tower looming like a monolith of judgment. Its stones are blacker than you expected, slick with age and damp, as if they've been weeping quietly for centuries. The flags above flutter lazily in the wind, indifferent to your arrival. The man, your unsolicited escort, trails just behind. Not too close. Not too far. You can feel his gaze crawling across your back like an itch you're not allowed to scratch. You don't look at him. You don't speak. You focus on the drawbridge ahead, half lowered over a shallow, sludge-filled moat. Not exactly a fortress. More like a statement. 2 guards wait at the entrance. Their chainmail glints in the dull light. Faces hidden beneath iron helms. One of them holds a pike lazily. The other smokes a twisted reed, smoke curling around his helmet like steam from a cauldron. You approach slowly. Your steps echo on the wood. Neither guard moves. Courier, you say, voice steady. I carry sealed correspondence from Lord Belvran of the Southern Reach. The guard with the pike lifts it slightly. You're late. You blink. Late? He shrugs. They expected it yesterday. You almost laugh. I was not given a deadline. That's your problem, isn't it? The other guard mutters through his smoke. You reach into your tunic and slowly withdraw the scroll. The seal is still intact, the red wax firm against the parchment. You raise it just high enough for them to see. No more. The man behind you speaks. He's already cleared. I was sent to retrieve him. The guards glance at each other. One shrugs. The other steps aside. You cross the threshold. The interior smells of damp stone, grease, and recent rain. Not quite welcoming. Not quite hostile. Just used. You're led through narrow corridors, past a staircase that spirals up into silence. The man gestures to a side chamber. In there. You don't move. Is the recipient inside? He nods. You'll hand it over. Then you can go. You hesitate. And here it is again. That moment every messenger dreads. The exchange. Not because of what it means, but because of what it might become. You've heard stories of couriers stabbed after delivery. To tie up loose ends, you know the word witness doesn't mean what it used to. And you remember the dead man by the road. Same job. Maybe same message. Maybe they just needed one to get through. So you step in cautiously. The chamber is small. Stone walls. One narrow window. A single table. A candle flickers low beside a goblet of untouched wine. And a man sits waiting. He's older than you imagined. Gray hair. Lined face. Eyes that seem to look past you. No robes. No rings. Just presence. The kind you can't fake. You brought it, he says. You nod. Let me see. You step forward and hold the scroll out, but just out of reach. Who are you? He smiles faintly. Someone who's waited a long time for a short message. His fingers don't tremble when he takes it. He examines the seal, nods, and then, without breaking eye contact, places it on the table beside the wine. He doesn't open it. You wait. He looks at you. You've walked far. Yes. Alone? Mostly. Anyone follow you? Yes. He tilts his head. Still alive? For now. A beat. Then. Good. That means you've done your job? You eye the scroll. Aren't you going to read it? He chuckles. Not yet. First, I need to know. Did anyone else see it? Touch it? No. Did you read it? You shake your head. He nods. Satisfied? Then you've survived something most don't. He stands slowly and pours wine into a second goblet. Offers it. You hesitate. It's not poisoned, he says. If it were, I wouldn't drink it either. You take the goblet. Sip. It's warm, spiced, unexpectedly pleasant. Then he says the part you've been dreading. You can't leave just yet. Your grip tightens on the goblet. Why not? Because once I break that seal, things will move quickly, and you are now part of that motion. You set the wine down. I was told to deliver, not to participate. He smiles again, and yet, here you are. Quirky detail? In some northern courts, messengers were ceremonially detained for 3 days after delivery, just in case their message sparked chaos. A form of polite imprisonment, wrapped in wine and forced hospitality. Historians still debate whether this was protection or precaution. You stand there, uncertain. Then he picks up the scroll, breaks the seal, unrolls it. Silence. He reads. His expression doesn't change. When he finishes, he places it back on the table. You'll stay in the tower tonight. That wasn't the agreement. There was no agreement, he says gently. Only an assignment, and it's not over. Your mouth goes dry. He waves you off. There's food upstairs, a bed. Someone will bring fresh clothes. You remain rooted. He leans forward. You've done your duty. Now rest. Tomorrow, we'll talk again. The room they give you is surprisingly clean. Stone walls hung with faded tapestries, a narrow cot, a small table with a basin of water. There's even a fire already lit in the hearth, its warmth creeping toward your numb fingers like a cautious friend. For a moment, you think this might be a trick. That comfort itself is the poison. You sit slowly, boots still on, back stiff with suspicion. The fire cracks once, loudly, and you nearly flinch. You glance toward the only door. It's not locked, but that doesn't mean you're free. You set the goblet of wine aside. You hadn't finished it. You're not sure you trust anything that tastes good in a place like this. There's a knock. You rise instinctively, spine straight, fingers twitching toward your belt. But it's just a servant, young, thin, cloaked in deference. I've brought food, she says quietly. She sets a plate on the table. Stew, bread, cheese, real food, warm food. It smells like something you forgot existed. And this, she adds, placing a folded cloth beside the plate. You glance down. A tunic. Clean. Soft. The kind worn by indoor staff. Harmless looking. Utterly wrong for a messenger. You raise an eyebrow. What's this for? You're to be kept comfortable. That word, kept, scrapes against your mind like a rusted nail. You nod, say nothing, and let her leave. Then you sit again, watching the fire, letting the scent of stew wrap around you like bait. Quirky fact: in medieval courts, there were entire protocols for receiving messengers, particularly from rival lords. It was often seen as both political theater and intelligence gathering. Feed the messenger too well, and it implied friendliness. Feed them poorly, and it suggested distrust. But some lords simply fed messengers well to dull their edge, to make them soft, pliable. You tear the bread and dip it in the stew. You eat slowly, because starving won't keep you alive longer. The scroll is gone now, handed over, but the memory of it remains stuck to your skin. You find yourself still touching the place inside your tunic where it used to rest. Like a phantom limb, you wonder what it said. You wonder if it had anything to do with the dead man on the road. You wonder if it had anything to do with you. You think of that man in the chamber, calm, unreadable. He didn't flinch. He didn't rejoice. Just read, nodded, and told you to stay. That's the part that bothers you. No emotion, only planning. You wash your face in the basin. The water is cool, clear. You catch your reflection in it, mud-streaked, hollow-eyed, not quite the person who started this journey. Not that you were ever whole to begin with. You put on the clean tunic, if only to feel something dry against your skin. It smells of lavender and smoke. You lie on the cot, hands crossed over your stomach, eyes fixed on the ceiling beams above, and you try to rest. But sleep doesn't come easy to messengers. You don't trust quiet. You don't trust soft beds. You especially don't trust being told. You've done your duty, because sometimes that means you're no longer useful. And when you're no longer useful, you become replaceable, disposable. You remember the courier from 2 winters ago, sent to deliver a message to a border garrison. He made it, handed it off, stayed the night. He was found 2 days later in a well. No signs of struggle, just gone. His replacement arrived with the same route, same message, and nothing changed. Historians still argue whether this pattern was systemic, built into the system, or just the cold logic of powerful men protecting secrets. Some say couriers became loose ends too often. Others believe they were sacrificed simply because it was easier. The fire crackles again. The light dances across the stone walls like a warning. You try to slow your breathing. You count backward from 10. You recall each mile you walked, each person you passed, each moment you could have died, and didn't. The worst part is knowing you might not get another scroll. Not because you failed, but because you succeeded. That's the trap of the job. The better you do, the more dangerous you become. What if you were never meant to survive this far? What if the man who gave you the message expected you to vanish like all the others? You hear footsteps in the corridor. You sit up. Listen. They stop outside your door. Then, nothing. You don't sleep that night. You rest. Sure. But sleep? That belongs to other people. The lucky ones. The ones who aren't waiting for a knock in the dark. Morning comes reluctantly, oozing through the slit of the narrow window like a guilty secret. The fire has died. The room is colder than before. You sit on the edge of the cot, fully dressed, still in the clean tunic, but your old clothes folded at your feet like a version of yourself that hasn't quite caught up. You didn't sleep. You barely blinked. A tray arrives with no knock. Bread, cheese, a single boiled egg. Whoever brought it didn't want a conversation. You eat in silence. You don't have the energy for suspicion today, but you keep it simmering on the back burner of your mind. Like an old stew, you don't know when you'll need to reheat it. Eventually, there's a soft rap on the door, the same servant from before, her voice low. You're summoned. 2 words that could mean a dozen things: audience, interrogation, execution, but at least it's not dismissed. You follow her through the halls. Your boots echo on the stone, and for once, the guards don't glance your way. Either they've decided you're not dangerous, or they've already made peace with what will happen to you. The room is different this time. Not the candlelit chamber from yesterday. This one's taller, grander, more banners, less warmth. A hall, not a cell. The man from before stands at the far end, flanked by 2 seated scribes and a table full of scrolls, open and unfurled like the guts of some bureaucratic beast. He looks up at you and nods. Good. You're still here? You nod back. As requested? He gestures. Come. You do. I've read your message, he says, tapping the table. Twice, and copied it 4 times. You'll be pleased to know it arrived unopened and untampered. You say nothing. That was the job. But I have questions, he continues. Not about the message, about you. You raise an eyebrow. I was told not to ask questions. He smirks. And that's why you're still alive. You glance at the scribes. They pretend to be busy. You don't trust anyone who listens with a quill in hand? You've done this before, he says. Carried more than one message, traveled far, avoided interruptions. You nod. A few? Ever lost one? You hesitate. Once. He waits. Bohemian borderlands. You say finally. I was ambushed. Bandits. They didn't even know what they took. What happened? I survived. They didn't. He smiles slightly. That's not in your record. There is no record. You say? Exactly. He paces slowly around the table. His hands rest behind his back. You understand the nature of the scroll you delivered? No. Good. He stops, looks at you. But let's pretend, just for a moment, that you did know. Let's pretend you read it. What would you have done? You meet his gaze. Run. He chuckles. Wise. You take a breath. May I ask, what now? He considers. Then, now you carry another? Your pulse skips. No rest? There's no time. You glance at the scribes. One of them slides a scroll forward, freshly sealed, thinner than the last, bound in black wax. No crest. No identifying marks. Where to? North? Across the valley. To Lord Vesson at Highbridge. You nod. Deadline? 3 days. You mentally count? It's possible. Barely. He steps closer. Holds your gaze. This one matters even more. Lose it. Die. Delay. Die. And if you read it, I know. You interrupt softly. Die. He smiles. Then we understand each other. You take the scroll. It feels heavier than the last, though it isn't. You slip it inside your cloak, this time closer to the spine. You've learned where it's least likely to be spotted or pierced. Quirky courier fact? Some messengers sewed scrolls into fake wounds. Bandages soaked with vinegar and ash to look infected, warding off nosy guards. Disgust saves lives. Sometimes, you bow slightly. Anything else? Yes, he says. A warning. He steps even closer. Too close. There's another messenger heading to Highbridge, left this morning. If you see them, avoid them. Why? They're not carrying a scroll. Your breath catches. Then what are they carrying? A knife. Historians still argue whether rival messengers truly hunted each other, or whether paranoia simply made them act like they did. Either way, few ever traveled together. One scroll, one life. That was the rule. You nod, and you turn to leave. The stone halls feel colder now, sharper. You know the way out. No one escorts you. No one watches. But you feel the weight of every eye that isn't looking at you. You retrieve your pack. Relace your boots. Strap your knife where you can reach it. And then you step out into the wind again. The road is calling. And this time, it may not want you back. The path to Highbridge isn't paved. Not with stone. Not with trust. And certainly not with good intentions. It begins as a dirt ribbon unraveling between hills, winding past dry fields and skeletal trees. You step onto it like a man entering a dream he's not sure he wants to finish. The scroll presses against your back, new, unread, and already a burden. Every step you take makes it feel heavier, as if it knows what it contains and resents you for not knowing. 3 days, one scroll, no allies, and possibly someone hunting you before you even reach the halfway mark. Welcome back to the trade. You walk fast, not hurried, just purposeful. The kind of stride that says, I know where I'm going. Even if you don't, you've learned that pace matters almost as much as silence. Too slow, and you look weak. Too fast, and you look guilty. Just right. And most people leave you alone. The land stretches wide. Low hills like hunched shoulders of forgotten giants. Nothing but wind and dust and silence that listens. By midday, you reach a small hamlet clinging to the side of a creek. A few stone houses, smoke curling from one chimney, a single goat tethered lazily to a tree. You don't stop. You never stop in places like this. Too few people to blend in. Too many eyes with nothing else to look at. Quirky bit of messenger lore. In some isolated villages, a traveling courier was seen as an omen. Good or bad depended entirely on the mood of the village elder, or the color of the clouds that day. You once had a child throw a turnip at you because her grandmother swore scrolls carried curses. This is that kind of village. You pass through with your hood low and your steps steady. Soon, the road narrows again, pushing you into a shadowed ravine. The rocks rise on either side like watchful sentinels, their faces carved by time and whispers. You pause before entering. These places feel wrong. They amplify every sound, every footstep, every breath. And if someone wanted to ambush you, this is where they'd wait. You grip your stick, your fingers flex near your knife. Then you walk on. Halfway through the ravine, you spot something. Fresh boot prints, heading your direction. But just one set. Large, deep, deliberate. Not a trader, not a farmer. Someone alone. Someone like you. The other messenger? You pick up your pace, every muscle tightening. Your mouth goes dry. What would you do if you saw them? What if they looked just like you? Mud-caked, tired, armed? Would you nod and pass? Pretend the road is big enough for two? Or would instinct take over? Historians still argue about the so-called courier culls, periods when multiple messengers were sent along the same route, and only one returned. Official records deny it happened. Personal journals suggest otherwise. You press on. The ravine ends with a sharp rise, and you climb out breathless, boots slipping on loose shale. At the top, the land opens into forest, not thick, but dark enough. The trees here are strange, thin and tall, bark stripped in patches, branches twisted like reaching fingers. You step carefully. Every snap of a twig echoes like a confession. You stop only once to drink from a stream. Cold, sharp water that clears your throat and fogs your breath. You crouch low, listening. And that's when you hear it. Footsteps. Light. Measured. Not yours. Coming from behind. You rise slowly. Not panic. Preparation. You walk again. Faster now. Eyes scanning for side trails. Thickets. Anything to disappear into. You don't run. You never run. Running invites pursuit. Instead, you slip into the trees, moving parallel to the road. You crouch behind a fallen log. Wait. Hold your breath. The footsteps approach. And then, a figure passes. Hooded, lean, moving like smoke. You see a glint at their side. Metal. A dagger. No scroll. They move on. You don't. You wait until the woods swallow them, and only then do you exhale. Quirky courier trick? Some messengers used to smear sap on their boots to throw off dogs. You wish you had that now. Not for animals. For him. You wait a full hour before returning to the road. You walk again. Faster. The tower fades behind you. Ahead. The road bends toward Highbridge. 2 days left. And now you know. Someone else is walking it too. And they aren't here to deliver anything. The woods, thin out by dusk, peeling away into a landscape of windswept moors and abandoned fences. Half-sunken wooden posts stretching out like broken ribs in the dirt. You walk with your eyes constantly shifting now. Every rustle behind you, forcing your heart to leap like a startled hare. You're not alone out here anymore. The figure you saw in the forest is behind you, or ahead of you. Maybe both. That's how it works with these kinds of messengers. They never arrive from one direction. They arrive from doubt. You consider stopping for the night, but not here. Open moorland is perfect for dying in. You need something with walls, even bad ones. And then, as if conjured by your own desperation, you spot it, a crumbling wayfarer's chapel, squatting near a line of leaning trees. The roof is mostly intact. One window is shattered. The door hangs on one hinge. Still, it's shelter. You step inside cautiously. Dust. Silence. An altar, long abandoned to moss and cobwebs. Someone left a candle stub melted into a wine bottle. You don't light it. Instead, you slide the door shut as quietly as you can and wedge it with a rock. Then you settle into a corner, back to the wall, cloak pulled tight. You sleep in 10-minute intervals, ears straining even in your dreams. Quirky tradition? Some messengers carried small bells, not to announce their arrival, but to tie onto the door handle while they slept. If the bell jingled, someone was coming. You consider making one, then realize it wouldn't matter. If he finds you, he won't knock. Historians still argue whether courier-on-courier assassinations were sanctioned, or merely the byproduct of paranoid systems too dependent on secrecy. You've started to believe both can be true. If someone kills you in the woods, the message doesn't die. You do. And the parchment just finds another hand. At dawn, you're already moving again. The moor stretches ahead like a warning. The wind stings your eyes. The scroll presses against your spine with cold insistence. 2 more days, maybe less if you push. You pass a milestone scrawled not with Latin, but charcoal symbols. Fresh, a triangle, upside down. Courier's code, watched from behind. You don't slow down. By midday, you reach a trading post, or what's left of one. A burnt-out hut, a shattered cart, flies. You step around the site, careful not to disturb anything. You've seen this before. Not bandits, not plague. Cleanup. The kind of silence left behind when a message was intercepted, read, and erased, along with everyone near it. You keep your hood low as you pass a crossroads with a crude wooden pole standing in the center. Someone has nailed a message to it. The parchment flaps gently in the wind, torn at the edges. You pause to look, just out of habit. It's blank, completely blank. A warning. You pick up your pace. The land dips downward into a narrow valley. You recognize the layout from memory. This is the mouth of Highbridge's territory. Not much farther now. Just one more night. Maybe less, if you're lucky. But luck is not the currency of your profession. You spot a rider in the distance. A black horse, moving slowly, deliberate. It's him. The other courier. Still no scroll. Still no insignia. Just presence. Heavy and wrong. You slip off the road again, duck into a gully, and wait. You press your body low, blending with the wet grass and shadows. You hold your breath as he passes. He's scanning. Not the horizon. The ground. Looking for footprints? Yours. When he's gone, you stay put for half an hour. Long enough for your joints to ache and your breath to go shallow. Then you move. Quirky trick from an old courier handbook. If you think you're being followed, walk backward through a shallow stream for at least 20 steps. Then exit sideways into foliage. It only works if you know your geography. You don't, so you improvise. You walk a mile through ankle-deep water, freezing your legs numb. You emerge near a shepherd's fence, torn and leaning. You don't see him again that day, but you know he's still close. The road curves upward again. The bridge that gives Highbridge its name lies just ahead, an ancient stone arch crossing a thin gorge. You step onto it near twilight and freeze. Something's wrong. There, in the center of the bridge, propped up on the low wall, is a figure, not moving, not watching, waiting, cloaked, still. You stop at the edge of the bridge, heart pounding. Then the figure turns and stands. The figure on the bridge straightens slowly, deliberately, as if the very act of rising is part of a ritual. You stay rooted at the far end, hands loose at your sides, but your fingers twitch, half toward your knife, half toward the scroll. He doesn't draw a weapon. He doesn't speak. He just watches. The wind pulls at both your cloaks, snapping fabric like flags before a duel. The bridge stretches between you, narrow, ancient, flanked by crumbling parapets and slick stone beneath. No cover, no exit, just him, just you. And the message? You step forward once. So does he. 2 more steps. The distance closes. 30 paces. 20. Close enough now to see the scar slicing down the left side of his face like a lazy lightning bolt. He has the look of someone who's seen too many maps, too few good intentions. His eyes don't flinch when they land on yours. Cold, calculating. He nods once. Courier, he says. It's not a greeting. It's a statement. Confirmation. Like a hunter identifying a species. You don't reply. I'm here for the scroll, he says simply. Of course he is. You shake your head. I don't surrender scrolls. That's not how this works. He smiles. Small, not unkind. That's exactly how this works. You give it to me, and I promise not to kill you. You laugh. Softly. Do people actually fall for that? Some do, he replies. Not many twice. You glance over the edge of the bridge. A long fall. No river below, just rocks and bones and echoes. You shift your stance slightly. He sees it. You're going to make this difficult. I'm going to make it impossible. He shrugs. Then we do it the old way. Quirky bit of historical trivia. In certain warring Italian states, there was an unspoken rule among elite couriers. If two messengers met on a contested route with competing messages, they would settle it not with words, but with combat. The scroll that remained was deemed the only true message, a brutal form of filtering information. Historians still argue whether this was honor or hubris. You draw your knife. He draws his. No posturing. No dramatic speeches. Just two professionals in a dying profession. Reduced to blades and bad odds. You lunge first. The motion is fast. Desperate. Direct. Aimed at his arm. Not his throat. Disable. Not kill. That's your first mistake. He sidesteps. Cuts low. You twist just in time, his blade catching only fabric. You jab forward, feel it glance off his cloak. You circle, both of you breathing hard, feet slipping slightly on the damp stone. Then, he feints high, strikes low. Pain flares in your leg. You stumble. He presses in. You parry once, twice, barely. Then you slam your shoulder into his chest, and both of you go down hard. The scroll digs into your spine. A cruel reminder. You grapple on the cold stone, knives skittering aside. Fists now. Elbows. You taste blood. Yours. His. You slam his head against the wall. Once. Twice. He goes still. You roll off him, gasping. Then you hear it, a wheeze. He's alive. You crawl to your feet. He's groaning, dazed, not dead. You pick up your knife and walk. Not a clean victory, but you're still standing. You limp across the rest of the bridge, leaving him behind. You don't look back. You don't check if he follows. There's no time. The tower looms ahead, nestled in the folds of the hills. High bridge, made of old gray stone and political ambition. You reach the gate. Two guards eye you. One steps forward. Name? You shake your head. Messenger. Scroll for Lord Vesson. They look at each other. Then they nod. You're ushered in. No questions. No delay. Inside. The halls are warmer than you expect. Tapestries. Lit sconces. A different kind of power. Quiet. Old. Dangerous. You're led to a side chamber. The steward takes the scroll carefully. Checks the seal. Doesn't open it. He nods. It's been expected. You nod back. It was contested. He raises an eyebrow. Surprised you made it. Me too. A long pause. You'll stay the night. He says, Of course I will. Because this is how the job always ends. Not with thanks, not with safety, but with containment. You're not dismissed. You're detained. The room they place you in is nicer than the last. That should worry you. The bed has a woolen blanket. The window opens to a courtyard. There's even a small table with fresh fruit, apples, some kind of plum, a wedge of soft cheese wrapped in leaves. It's the sort of gesture that pretends hospitality while quietly saying, "Don't leave." You sit on the edge of the bed, boots still on, and examine the bandage wrapped around your thigh. One of the guards had noticed the blood, and a healer was summoned without you even asking. The cut isn't deep, but it burns like betrayal. The kind of wound that doesn't threaten your life, just slows your escape. You lean back, stare at the wooden beams above. The scroll is gone, but the danger isn't. You think about the man on the bridge, how he moved, how quickly he closed the distance. That kind of speed comes from training. He wasn't just another courier. He was an eraser, a professional meant to clean up loose ends. You're starting to suspect you were one of them. You sit up, suddenly too aware of the silence outside your door. There's no guard posted, no keyhole. You walk to the window, open it. A drop of 3 stories. Too far for a leap. Too far to survive. Quirky tidbit from old courier handbooks. Some messengers carried rope belts disguised as fashion. A quick tug. A quiet descent. But you carry a letter opener disguised as a knife, and an old injury wrapped in stained linen. So instead of climbing out, you wait. An hour passes, then 2. Then the knock. Soft. Controlled. Not a servant. You move to the door. "Who is it?" you ask. A pause. Then a voice. Low. Calm. "You weren't supposed to win." You don't reply. The door opens on its own. Not forced. Unlocked. It was never meant to keep you in. Just to make you wait. The man who enters is dressed like a clerk. Pale robes. Ink-stained cuffs. But his hands are too calloused for writing. His eyes too alert. He closes the door behind him. "You're hard to kill." You shrug. "Bad for business?" He smiles. "On the contrary, it changes the business entirely." He sits, uninvited, at the table, and plucks a plum from the tray. "You weren't the first courier sent with that scroll," he says casually. "You weren't even the second." You say nothing. The message you carried? It's a decoy. That lands like a slap, but you don't flinch. "Go on," you say quietly. He chews slowly. 3 scrolls were dispatched. Same route, different carriers. One carried real terms. One carried fake terms. One carried an empty page. You sit. "Which was mine?" He smiles again. "Does it matter?" You exhale through your nose. "It does if I'm the only one who made it." "Exactly," he says. "Which makes your version the one they'll believe, real or not." You laugh. Bitter. So it's not the scroll that mattered. It was the survivor. He points the plum stem at you like a dagger. Now you're getting it. Historians still debate whether messengers in high-stakes diplomacy ever knowingly delivered disinformation. Some records suggest couriers were often deliberately misinformed to ensure plausible deniability, but others claim that wasn't a bug. It was the design. "So what now?" you ask. The man stands. "Now, you get to live." He walks to the door, turns back. "But if you breathe a word of this, about the duel, about the scrolls, about what you just learned, your next job will be to outrun silence itself." He leaves. You don't move for a long time. The scroll, the blood, the lie. It was never about words. It was about which story made it home. You lie back on the bed, staring at the ceiling again. You remember the child's drawing folded in your pack, the crooked horse, the words, "for safe mail." You'd kept it like a talisman. But nothing about this job was safe. Not the scroll, not the message, not even you. You delivered what you were told. And now, you've become part of the lie. You close your eyes, and for the first time in weeks, you sleep. Not because it's safe, but because you finally stopped running. The next morning, they don't ask you to leave, but they don't ask you to stay either. You rise early, dressed in the same tunic you arrived in, clean, now rumpled, carrying the weight of truths you wish you didn't know. No scroll, no instructions, just the echo of the clerk's words rattling around your skull. You weren't supposed to win. You eat a crust of bread left on the tray from last night. No wine this time, just water and silence. When you step into the hallway, no one stops you. Not the steward, not the guards, not the soft-eyed servant who carried your first meal. It's as if your presence has already been recorded, indexed, and filed away under finished business. But you're not finished. You step outside into a cold gray morning, the kind that turns sound into fog and breath into ghosts. Highbridge stands quiet behind you, its towers poking into the clouds like accusations. You don't head back the way you came. You take a side path, one used by traders, shepherds, and the kind of people who ask few questions. Your legs ache, your thigh throbs, but your mind is sharper now than it's been in days. Because here's the thing about surviving when you weren't supposed to. It makes people nervous. You walk until noon before you meet anyone. A pair of travelers passing with a donkey cart, faces hidden beneath wide straw hats. They nod to you. You nod back. Nothing exchanged. Nothing acknowledged. That's how safety sounds on the road. You stop at a stream to wash your hands. The water runs clear, but you know it's seen things. Like you catch your reflection again, distorted in the ripples. You look like a messenger, but you're not one anymore. Not really, because now you know how the game is played. Quirky messenger tradition. Some couriers used to carry 2 coins sewn into their sleeves, one for passage, one for silence. The second was never spent. It was there to remind you. Some truths should never be shared. You reach into your cloak and pull out the child's drawing. Still dry, still folded. You study the crude lines, the crooked horse, the message, "for safe mail." And you feel something tighten behind your ribs. Not guilt, not quite pride, just clarity. Back on the road, you stop by a milestone. This one newer, barely worn, carved in the common tongue. Trust no path without footprints. You smile, because you're making your own now. In the next village, someone asks where you're headed. You say, south. They ask if you're a courier. You shake your head. Not anymore. And you're not lying. Historians still debate whether any messenger ever truly retired. Most faded into tavern stories, ghosted into anonymity, or vanished down the very roads they once trusted. But maybe, just maybe, some of them walked on, quietly, intact, invisible. You reach the edge of the village and keep going. No scroll, no master, no deadline, just you. And the knowledge that every message has a price, but not every message deserves to be delivered. The road south is quieter than you expect. You pass through golden fields gone fallow, past cottages where children play without looking up, past wells that haven't run dry yet. The war hasn't touched these parts, not visibly. No burned-out wagons, no sudden silences, just life continuing, oblivious to the messages that once threaded between villages like veins in a body too stubborn to die. You don't wear your courier's cloak anymore. You traded it at a riverside market for a satchel and a loaf of onion bread. The merchant didn't ask your name, just said, "Been a while since someone brought news around here." You said nothing. You've learned that silence is a form of survival. At night, you sleep in stables or under stars. No one bothers you. You no longer look like someone worth watching. And that's by design, because now you're watching. Each new village teaches you something. Who buys parchment? Who stocks ink? Who disappears for weeks and comes back with nothing but sore feet and a limp? You recognize them, not by badge or title, but by the way their hands hover over their chests, always checking for something that isn't there anymore. Former couriers, or future corpses. You speak with one in a tavern, a man in his 50s, with bad knees and a worse cough. He tells you of a route he once ran between two rival bishops. They both claimed they wanted peace, he says, but they sent me with poison twice. He grins through broken teeth. I only drank it once. You raise your cup to that quirky story. There was once a law, briefly enforced, requiring all royal messengers to wear bright yellow sashes for visibility. It lasted exactly one season. Turns out, brightly marked couriers make easier targets. The law was repealed. Quietly. Historians still argue if it was satire or just staggering incompetence. You travel farther. Past towns that don't appear on maps. Past forests where the trees lean together like they're whispering about you. You start to feel something you haven't in weeks. Distance. From the scrolls. From the lies. From the blood on cold bridges. You start to feel human again. But one afternoon, in a town too small for a name, you hear something that makes your stomach lurch. A new courier has gone missing. On the road you just left, rumors swirl. Bandits. Plague. Wolves. You know better. You recognize the pattern. The cleanup continues. And you wonder, was your scroll ever read? Was it accepted? Or were you just the winner of a temporary game, while the real players move pieces behind closed doors? You sit at the edge of a well and watch the sky dim. A child walks past, humming a tune. You catch the melody. It's familiar. A lullaby your mother used to hum. The one you'd whisper to yourself on lonely stretches of forest road. You hum along quietly, and for the first time, you allow yourself to imagine a different life, not just without scrolls, but without watchers, without knives, without messages folded like time bombs. You consider stopping. Here, in this place. You could buy bread each morning, mend roofs, learn the names of trees. You could let the world spin without you. But then, a knock. Not literal. Not on a door. Inside your ribs, a rhythm you've known too long. Because once you've carried the truth, even just once, it never stops following you. And deep down, you already know. You're not done walking. Not yet. You leave the nameless town before dawn. No farewells. No breakfast. No backward glance. The bread you bought yesterday is stuffed into your satchel, already hardening. You chew it anyway as you walk. The sound of your footsteps muffled by the damp earth beneath. The road curves gently to the east now, not because you intend it, but because old habits still win when you stop thinking. You don't know where you're headed, and that's starting to feel like safety. Along the way, you pass a stone marker almost fully swallowed by ivy. You scrape at it absently, revealing a half-familiar emblem, a courier's wheel, broken in half. Not official, not from any known system, just a symbol left by someone like you. Someone who'd walked too far, carried too much, and finally decided to mark the place where it all ended. Maybe you'll leave a mark of your own someday, or maybe not. A voice in your head says, "You've already left more than one." Later, in a roadside inn with a leaky roof and suspicious stew, you overhear something that stiffens your spine. Did you hear about Vesson, the Lord of Highbridge? You don't turn around. Just sip your drink slower. The message came. Or a message. Anyway, some say it was forged. Some say he never got it at all. What happened? He's dead. Poisoned wine. Whole chamber gone quiet overnight. You keep your eyes down, not because you're afraid, because you're not surprised. There's a theory among old couriers, shared in whispers and half-jokes, that the truest messages aren't delivered. They're detonated. That your job isn't to communicate anything. It's to arrive just in time for the fallout. Historians still argue whether messengers shaped history or simply followed its ruins. But you've seen enough to know. Sometimes the message isn't what's on the scroll. Sometimes it's who dies after it arrives. You sleep that night in a hayloft above snoring animals, curled around your satchel like it still holds something important. But it doesn't. Just stale bread, an empty flask, and the child's drawing. You unfold it again, the paper soft now, creased like skin. For safe mail. You wonder if that child is still waiting for someone to return. You wonder how many people believe messages can actually bring safety. The next morning, a rider passes you on the road. Young, cloaked, lean. You both nod without speaking. You see the telltale bulge beneath their coat. Scroll, right side, sealed tight. Still doing it the old way. Still trusting the system. You think about calling out, about warning them, about saying, don't trust what they told you. Don't believe you'll be remembered. But you don't. They ride on. You keep walking. Because here's the truth. No scroll ever dares to admit. The luckiest messengers died early. The rest? They learned to walk without asking questions. They learned that loyalty is quieter than death. They learned that even after the message is gone, the memory still follows. You crest a hill at sunset. Below you, a new city sprawls. Domed roofs, crooked chimneys, smoke curling upward like unanswered prayers. You adjust your pack and descend into the glow. Not as a courier, not anymore. Just as a man who once carried other people's secrets and now carries his own. You enter the city with the kind of posture only messengers learn. Upright enough to look useful, but not so proud as to attract attention. The gate guards glance at you, see the dust, the satchel, the limp, and decide you're someone else's problem. You pass through without a word. Inside, life spills into every street. Market stalls clamor with hawkers. Children dodge between carts. A dog chases a chicken with more ambition than strategy. You let the city's noise wrap around you like a coat. It's easier to hide in chaos than silence. You take a room in the attic of a brewer's inn. Cheap. Clean enough. No view. but the door locks, and that's more than some castles offer. At night, you sit at the window and listen to the sounds below. Glass clinking, footsteps hurrying nowhere, the occasional cry of someone who mistook their luck for certainty. You sip a cup of bitter root tea. It tastes like boiled bark, but it settles the knots in your chest. You don't ask about work. You don't leave a name. You walk the alleys, watch the patterns. Who talks? Who listens? Who delivers? You can still see them. Messengers in disguise, pretending to be something else. You spot one passing a scroll under a loaf of bread, another stitched into a hem. Once, in a tavern, you hear a voice say, "He never arrived." No one reacts, but someone scribbles in a notebook. You know this world too well, and it still knows you. And then, one morning, it happens. A knock at your door, 3 times. Slow, measured. You don't move. Then a slip of paper slides beneath the wood. No seal, no signature, just a symbol, a half-broken wheel, and one sentence: "We know you survived." You stare at it for a long time, not with fear, with recognition. Because now, you have become a message, a living scroll, carried across borders and blood and betrayal. Unreadable, unburnable, undeniably still here. You take the paper, fold it once, and tuck it into your satchel next to the child's drawing. You don't need to run. Not yet. You just need to decide who gets the next message. Because messengers don't die when they stop walking. They die when they stop carrying something. And you? You're still carrying a truth no one wants told. But maybe, just maybe, someone out there still deserves to hear it. The weird world of medieval courtship. We wander into the muddy, moonlit world of medieval romance. You're standing in a turnip field. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and cow, contributions. And just ahead, a freckled farmhand named Alwyn is clutching a misshapen rutabaga like it's a diamond ring. He stammers something about your eyes, looking like barley in springtime, and offers you the vegetable, roots still attached, mud and all, as a token of his deepest affection. Yes, this is the beginning of love. You probably won't survive this, because in the Middle Ages, courtship wasn't candlelit dinners and text me when you get home. No, it was compost-scented love tokens, cryptic songs sung under windows, and, if you were lucky, only a mild outbreak of fleas. You watch as Alwyn nervously wipes his nose on his sleeve, gestures awkwardly toward his pile of turnips, and mutters something about how his goats don't usually bite. You nod, unsure of what the socially acceptable response is when someone offers you a vegetable as a declaration of love. In medieval Europe, particularly among the lower classes, there was no such thing as fine wine and roses. Instead, romantic gestures were defined by practicality, availability, and a strong stomach. Historians still argue whether the gifting of root vegetables held symbolic meaning. Some suggest they represented fertility. Others say it was just what was lying around. Either way, it happened. Documented cases mention onions, radishes, even small cabbages passed off as amorous offerings. For peasants, love was wedged between survival tasks. Picture it. You'd spend your morning collecting chicken eggs, your afternoon dodging your angry landlord, and your evening attempting to court someone using a poem scrawled on old parchment. Or if you were illiterate, just a piece of string tied in a meaningful knot. It wasn't that romance was unimportant. It was just heavily improvised. And yet, there was sweetness in that simplicity. Take the practice of bundling, for instance, a courtship ritual in rural areas where two young lovers would lie side by side in bed, fully clothed, often with a wooden board or bolster between them. Yes, really. The idea was to allow emotional intimacy without, well, physical compromise. Did it work? Let's just say 9 months later. A surprising number of babies were born a little early. But don't think peasants were the only ones winging it. In towns, courtship often began at weekly markets, feast days, or church festivals. Picture a man fumbling his way through a compliment while standing ankle-deep in pig slop. The smells? Overwhelming. The romance? Surprisingly tender. One popular flirtation ritual involves sneaking a small gift, say, a piece of bread or a shiny pebble, into a lover's basket. If she kept it, the game was on. If she threw it to the geese, well, better luck next festival. This kind of low-stakes, highly symbolic dance played out everywhere from French villages to German farmlands. In some regions, particularly in Wales, young men would carve a spoon for the one they fancied, a practice still remembered today as the love spoon tradition. Intricately carved from wood, these spoons featured symbols of protection, prosperity, and love, hearts, keys, even tiny wheels to signify support through life's journey. A beautifully made spoon could win a heart, or at least get you a second glance at the town fair. You imagine now that Alwyn, turnip in hand, is just one among thousands of nervous lovers across the countryside. He doesn't have much: a thatched roof, a few pigs, a neighbor who keeps stealing his socks off the clothesline. But he has made the bold move to offer you the best turnip he could find, freshly dug and not even nibbled by moles. In his world, that's romance at its finest. Historians still debate how much choice peasant women had in matters of love. While arranged marriages were common, particularly to consolidate land or livestock holdings, the reality on the ground varied. Some records suggest that women wielded more social power in choosing their partners than previously thought, especially in tight-knit villages where everyone knew everyone, and reputation mattered. Court records even show examples of women publicly rejecting suitors in clever or comical ways, pouring beer over their heads, pretending to faint, or, in one documented case, pelting them with walnuts until they ran away. A bit theatrical? Maybe. Effective? Definitely. As you drift further into this odd landscape of root vegetables and wooden spoons, you begin to appreciate the strange poetry of it all. Love wasn't scripted. It wasn't filtered. It was muddy, awkward, fragrant, in ways you wish it wasn't, and yet undeniably human. And Alwyn, he's still standing there, still holding that turnip, still waiting. You stand there, turnip in hand, and give Alwyn a soft, polite nod, the kind that says, "I'm flattered, but also slightly confused." He beams, as if you've just agreed to marry him on the spot. In his mind, this vegetable has sealed the deal. You might think the nobles had it better when it came to romance. Silk gowns, poetry, candlelight. Surely they didn't need produce to woo each other. But come a little closer, and you'll see the truth was just as absurd, if not more. Picture a stone courtyard in the early morning mist. A young knight in training paces nervously, his chainmail squeaking with each step. His breath fogs in the cold air. His hair hasn't seen soap in a fortnight, and his feet smell like wet leather and regret. Across the courtyard, Lady Isolde sits beneath a tapestry canopy, pretending not to notice as she picks dirt out from under her nails with a hairpin. Their eyes meet. Romance, except that, according to the rules of courtly love, the young knight cannot simply approach her. Oh no, he must pine from afar. He must compose a poorly rhymed poem about her elbows. He must perform valorous deeds in her name, like rescuing her handkerchief from a shrubbery or slaying a particularly angry goose. Then, if he is very lucky, she might send him a smile or a small sock. Courtly love was a game, a maddening, high-stakes game played by the upper classes to both celebrate and contain desire. Historians still argue whether it was ever truly about love or more about status and symbolism. After all, many of these affairs were non-physical, deliberately distant, and conducted under the watchful eye of every bored servant within a 10-yard radius. And yet, people took it seriously. In fact, some noblewomen hosted what were called courts of love, where they would judge disputes about romance, real or imagined, with the gravity of a legal trial. Did Sir Geoffrey fail to adequately praise Lady Arabella's new feathered headdress? Was Sir Roland too forward in his lute performance last Thursday? The ladies would debate, deliberate, and deliver a verdict, sometimes with fines, sometimes with enforced poetry. You listen to the echo of your boots as you wander deeper into this strange world, one where emotions were choreographed like a dance, and every glance meant something, or nothing. The chafing? That meant something, too. Armor was many things: protective, expensive, deeply symbolic, but it was not designed for comfort. A knight trying to court a lady during a summer feast would likely be sweating buckets inside his steel shell, all while trying to look noble and emotionally tortured. In fact, the ideal man of courtly love was supposed to suffer, to love from afar, to sigh dramatically while composing sonnets in a rose garden. And they did. A 14th century French knight named Jean de Meun wrote hundreds of verses about the agony of unrequited affection. He compared love to a prison, a fire, and, less romantically, a skin disease. His metaphors may have been confusing, but his passion, unmistakable. Let's not forget the clothing. While peasants had turnips and wool, nobles had brocade, corsets, and enough lace to strangle an ox. Ladies wore headpieces so tall they could skewer pigeons mid-flight. Gentlemen squeezed into hose so tight, a sneeze could split a seam. In this context, flirting became a slow, cautious waddle, graceful in theory, comical in practice. One account from a 15th century banquet describes a dance where two nobles tried to impress each other while avoiding open flames, dog droppings, and collapsing under their own outfits. Romance, it turns out, was hazardous, but even with the perfumes, often more pungent than pleasant, the ballads, frequently off-key, and the etiquette, astonishingly strict, there was something tender in it all. There's a reason these stories have lasted. They reflect a deep yearning to be seen, admired, maybe even cherished, despite the fleas. Historians still debate how much genuine emotion was involved in these upper-class affairs. Some argue it was just ritualized play. Others suggest real passion simmered beneath the velvet and veils. In some rare letters, hidden in monastery archives, You can read declarations that throb with longing, confusion, and hope, not so different from awkward texts today. And of course, not all nobles played by the rules. Some indulged in actual love affairs, despite the very real risk of exile, scandal, or, in extreme cases, beheading. But that's for a later section. Right now, let's return to that courtyard. Lady Isolde has accepted a poem. She has giggled, politely, at a falcon named after her. She may or may not have dropped a ribbon from her balcony window. And young Alaric, our sweaty, steel-clad romantic, has begun composing his next great verse. This one's about her ankles. He is unsure how to rhyme tendon, but he's trying. You walk past them, and the air smells of rosemary and wax. Somewhere, a lute plays softly. Somewhere else, a goat bleats indignantly. Courtship among the nobility was equal parts beauty, awkwardness, and sweat. And just like the turnip in the first scene, it meant something because people wanted it to mean something. And that, despite the strange garments, odd customs, and rigid rules, is rather lovely, isn't it? You leave the awkward romance of the stinky-footed nobility behind and wander into a village festival somewhere in the Low Countries. There's music in the air, pipes and drums, the occasional enthusiastic tambourine. But it's not the sound that catches your attention. It's the smell, not of roast pork or honeyed ale. It's the love tokens. And one of them is a chicken bone. Yes, you heard that right. You stroll past a stall where a red-faced young man is carving a tiny symbol into a smooth piece of bone. He looks up sheepishly and shows it to you. It's a badly rendered heart. Next to it, a carving of what appears to be a chicken, or possibly a lumpy dog. This, he explains, is for the baker's daughter. He plans to sneak it into her apron pocket before sunset. In the world of medieval courtship, objects held meaning far beyond their appearance. A dried flower, a confession, a carved wooden comb, a silent promise, a bone from last week's stew. Oddly, a pretty romantic gesture, depending on the region. Historians still argue whether these tokens were standardized or improvised. Some records suggest particular flowers held coded meanings: violets for modesty, rosemary for remembrance. But other sources hint that people simply gave what they had: a feather, a coin with a hole, even a smoothed rock warmed in the hand. It wasn't about cost. It was about closeness. And sometimes, it was about superstition. You duck under a stall's linen canopy and see a merchant selling enchanted ribbons. They're dyed with herbs, he claims, to ensure affection, or at least prevent rejection. One ribbon is laced with valerian, another with mugwort. The scents are earthy, overpowering. You're not convinced they'll make anyone fall in love, but they could definitely knock someone out. Some tokens carried actual risk. A popular love charm in certain parts of England involved slipping a small object, like a button or bead, into a prospective lover's drink. If they drank it without noticing, the charm was sealed. If they choked, well, romance has always been a little dangerous. More disturbing were these sympathetic tokens. In some parts of medieval Europe, it was believed that carrying an object belonging to your beloved, say, a hair ribbon or a scrap of their clothing, allowed you to spiritually connect. In extreme and frankly concerning cases, people even buried these tokens in graveyards or under doorsteps to anchor affections. Love, apparently, was part magic, part mildly creepy home decor. But not all gestures were meant to be seen. In many towns, there was a tradition of night courting, especially among the younger folk. It involved sneaking out under cover of darkness, climbing into a courtyard, or tiptoeing to a window, and leaving behind a token in silence, a flower on the sill, a ribbon tied around a door hinge, a candle left burning in a certain way. The recipient would awaken to the surprise and either smile or shudder. This kind of secret, silent exchange was often accompanied by a whispered song. You pass a group of giggling girls gathered around a boy nervously strumming a lute. He's playing a tune he wrote himself, something about the glint in her eyes and how it reminds him of well-polished horseshoes. The girls swoon anyway. The bar is not high. One poem from 13th century Germany describes a young man who gave his beloved a silver spoon. It was engraved with a duck. The duck, apparently, symbolized loyalty, or possibly dinner. The meaning wasn't entirely clear, but the girl kept it, and they were married that spring. Even among the literate, tokens were often accompanied by messages, clumsily written, delightfully dramatic. Love notes from the period survive with phrases like, "My fire burns within as surely as hay in summer," or, "Without your face, the moon is merely a coin in the sky." Subtle? Not quite. Sincere? Unquestionably. And for those who couldn't write, picture stories on parchment were sometimes used. A man might draw a bird, a loaf of bread, and a heart to say, "You feed my soul." Or maybe he just liked birds. The interpretation often fell to the recipient. Historians still debate the social class dynamics of love tokens. Were they universal? Were nobles more likely to use expensive items? Or were peasant tokens just as meaningful in context? Evidence suggests both rich and poor partook, just at different scales. A noblewoman might gift a brooch. A milkmaid might tie a dyed scrap of cloth around a wrist. And you? You find a small carved spoon on a bench. It's wooden, decorated with a spiral and a tiny sunburst. The initials E plus G are scratched into the back. You run your fingers over the letters. Someone once held this nervously, hopefully. Someone once waited for it to be accepted or returned. The sun dips lower in the sky as you walk through this market of affection, surrounded by symbols, music, and strange trinkets that meant everything to someone. Love was never simple, never predictable, but always, always sincere. Just don't eat anything someone gives you in secret, especially if it smells like mugwort. The sky above the village market deepens into twilight now, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Candles flicker in windows. The music fades to a slow, sleepy pace, and a hush begins to fall, except near the windows. Because in the medieval world, when it came to romance, windows were where the real action happened. You find yourself standing beneath one now. A wooden shutter swings outward slightly, revealing a girl with braids like coiled rope, elbow propped on the sill. She pretends to look at the moon. Below, a boy in a tunic too short for his legs fidgets with his belt and tries to think of something poetic to say. He's not alone. All around the village, under balconies and windowsills, hopeful lovers gather like moths to the warm glow of torchlight. Some whisper, some hum tunes under their breath. Some stand silently, holding flowers, hoping the gesture speaks louder than words. You see, in medieval towns and villages, Privacy was both rare and essential. Courting couples couldn't exactly wander off to a cafe or slide into each other's DMs, so they found their moments in shadows, behind hedges, or, most romantically of all, through open windows. This practice had many names, but one of the more poetic ones was night whispering. A suitor would wait until most of the house was asleep, then approach the window of the person they admired. They'd knock softly. 3 taps was considered a romantic signal in some places, or toss a small stone to catch attention. If the window opened, progress. If it stayed shut, try again next Thursday. And if it opened and someone else leaned out, well, let's just say not all fathers in the Middle Ages were amused by poetry at midnight. Historians still debate how widespread this practice really was. Some argue it was common mainly in urban centers, where buildings were close together and streets stayed somewhat busy after sundown. Others believe it happened everywhere. As long as there was a window and a reason to risk frostbite for a chance to see someone smile. Of course, this wasn't entirely spontaneous. Some lovers would prearrange these encounters with subtle gestures during the day. A shared glance, a nod at the village well, or a handkerchief tied to a fence post. A whole language of symbols evolved to communicate intent without getting caught. And yes, sometimes there were ladders. You glance around the alley, and sure enough, there's a wooden ladder leaning casually against a shed. In a time when houses were often just 1 or 2 floors, the idea of scaling a wall to whisper sweet nothings wasn't just romantic. It was practical. That is, unless the ladder broke, or the listener's brother was sleeping with a crossbow nearby. Climbing to a lover's window was considered daring, poetic, and very risky. One Italian folktale tells of a man who tried to serenade his beloved by climbing up to her second-floor window with a jug of wine, only to slip, fall, and break both the jug and his leg. The girl married his cousin a month later. Romance is fickle. But sometimes, the latter worked. There's a story from 14th century Brittany about a fisherman's daughter and a blacksmith's apprentice who met this way every Wednesday night. He'd climb up, she'd hand him a warm roll, and they'd whisper until dawn. When they married, the ladder was carried in the procession like a family heirloom. You look up again at the window above you. The girl with the rope braids has disappeared, but the boy still waits. He holds a small flute now and begins to play. It's not quite in tune, but there's something endearing in the earnestness. He's trying. Window courtship required patience, creativity, and a willingness to face ridicule. After all, if someone heard you talking to a window and the person inside wasn't interested, you could end up the butt of tavern jokes for weeks. But if the window opened, if she leaned out and smiled, or whispered back, or tossed down a ribbon, it was worth every awkward moment. Unless you think this was a purely romantic exchange. Sometimes it was practical, too. Conversations at the window could cover everything from family politics to the contents of a dowry. In many cultures, particularly in Southern Europe, the window phase of a relationship was essential to building trust, proving commitment, and ensuring that neither party was completely unbearable in conversation. You pass another alley, this one darker. Here, a young woman stands at a shuttered window, listening. Below her, a boy leans against the wall, reciting lines he clearly memorized from a local troubadour. His hands shake, his voice cracks, and still, he keeps going. That kind of vulnerability, the willingness to look silly, to risk rejection, to climb a wall with nothing but a song and some hope. That's the core of medieval courtship. Strange, beautiful, often bruised, but unforgettable. And don't worry, we'll get to what happened when the ladder led somewhere it wasn't supposed to. Just not yet. You leave behind the moonlit windows and rickety ladders and wander into a manor garden just before dawn. Dew clings to the grass like tiny pearls. A young page is crouched under a hedge, rehearsing lines from a borrowed scroll. He's trying to memorize the rules of chivalric love so he can impress the chambermaid who sometimes nods at him during bread deliveries. This might seem excessive, memorizing actual rules for flirting. But in the upper tiers of medieval society, there were guidelines, elaborate, contradictory, mildly hilarious guidelines. Welcome to the world of courtly love. This wasn't a romantic free-for-all. No, courtly love came with a very specific handbook, sometimes literally. Poets and clerics wrote treatises outlining exactly how a nobleman should pine, what a lady must tolerate, and when sighing was appropriate. You think modern dating apps are confusing? Try navigating a love code that tells you when to faint, when to duel, and how often to weep. Answer: often. Historians still argue whether these codes were followed in earnest or simply admired like fictional etiquette, aspirational, but rarely practiced. Either way, they were deeply influential, shaping the way medieval nobles talked about love, art, and emotional suffering. You sit beside a stone fountain as the page recites from a crumpled scroll. Love must be secret, or it is not true. Love is always increasing or decreasing. No one should be deprived of love without a very good reason. You suppress a chuckle. It's earnest, yes, but also completely unmanageable. If love must always grow, what happens on off days? If secrecy is a requirement, how do you ever bring it up at dinner? The contradictions don't stop there. Knights were expected to serve their lady as a vassal serves his lord, but also to remain distant and never presume to act without her permission, unless they were proving their love through bold action, which might involve slaying a dragon or composing 237 lines of poetry about her smile. And the lady? She was expected to be desirable but unattainable, warm but aloof, encouraging but only in riddles. Essentially, flirt, but don't. This tightrope walk led to some truly convoluted relationships. One documented case involved a knight who rode 300 miles to bring a single glove back to his beloved. Another wrote daily poems in which he compared her to the Virgin Mary and a hawk with divine ankles. Love was both a performance and a form of emotional combat. Still, some took it very seriously. Courts of love, presided over by noblewomen, judged the quality of affections. There are records of countesses and duchesses settling disputes over whether a knight's feelings were sincere or just hungry. Penalties could include public recitations of bad poetry or, worse, being barred from love for a season, a social death sentence. You might think this was just high society nonsense, but the language of courtly love seeped into songs, art, and even legal contracts. Dowries were negotiated with careful references to hearts pledged and souls intertwined. Some families even hired poets to ghostwrite romantic letters for their sons. ensuring they sounded swoony without becoming too attached. And yet, within all this performance, something real often bloomed. Behind the veils and riddles and poetry, two people might genuinely feel something. Some courtly lovers stayed together for years, despite obstacles. Some risked disgrace or exile to meet in secret. One French lady of noble birth married a minor squire out of love, disowned her inheritance, and moved to a pig farm. She later wrote, "I have less bread, but more laughter." Not all courtly romances ended in heartbreak. Some ended in quieter joys, shared gardens, morning walks, candlelit evenings where no one had to recite metaphors about falcons. You glance back at the young page, now practicing a bow. He's decided to try his luck today. He doesn't have a sonnet, just a few memorized lines about honesty and eyes like the ocean, even though he's never seen the sea. But his heart is full, and that's enough. As you stroll through the garden's winding paths, you pass a marble bench with words etched in Latin, likely a proverb about love. It's faded, moss-covered, almost unreadable. And yet the intention remains, buried like a secret vow between two long-gone hearts. Romance in the age of chivalry was never easy. It demanded restraint, theater, and a willingness to wear brocade in summer heat. But for those who dared, who stuttered through their confessions and risked being ridiculous, it offered a kind of magic that still lingers in musty scrolls and forgotten gardens. Just remember, if someone offers to duel for your affection, you might want to clarify the rules first. You wander now into the heart of a small town, cobblestone streets, timber-framed houses, and a public square that smells faintly of mead and manure. A lute strikes up nearby, plucking out an earnest little tune. It's a courtship song, of course, soft, slow, slightly off-key. And then a shout, then another. You turn just in time to witness what appears to be a full-on brawl unfolding in the square, all because two apprentices are arguing over the same song. One claims he wrote it. The other says it was clearly plagiarized from a traveling minstrel. Both want to sing it under the same girl's window tonight. Medieval courtship wasn't just poems and longing looks. It was competitive. You see, in a time when literacy was scarce and social mobility scarcer, music became the great romantic equalizer. Whether you were a pig herder or a scribe's assistant, if you could pluck a tune and rhyme dove with love, you stood a chance. Songs were currency, weapons, and emotional confessionals all rolled into one. Historians still argue about the authorship of many surviving courtship ballads. Few were written down at the time, and even fewer credited. Lyrics were passed mouth to mouth, changing slightly with every repetition. A song that began as a noble troubadour's serenade in Provence could end up in a German tavern, reworded into a drinking chant, still romantic, just with more beer. One of the most infamous courtship song incidents comes from 13th century Bologna, where a lute player allegedly caused a tavern brawl by changing the name in a popular love song to match the local mayor's daughter. The result? 2 broken chairs, a bruised ego, and one very red-faced magistrate. But it wasn't always about lyrics. The performance mattered. Style, swagger, shoulder wiggles. Yes, those counted. A man with no musical skill could still win affection by confidently pretending to have some. You hear a boy nearby attempting just that. His lute string snaps mid-chorus, and he recovers by rhythmically slapping his knee and humming. It's not effective, but it's brave. There were regional differences, too. In England, the love ballads tended to focus on longing and loyalty, lots of my heart waits for thee energy. In France, the songs grew more playful, filled with clever metaphors and double meanings. And in parts of Scandinavia, courtship songs were practically riddles. If your beloved couldn't solve the puzzle hidden in the verses, well, no wedding. You pass a group of girls sitting on the edge of a fountain, giggling as they rate the suitor's songs. One gives a generous 7 out of 10 to a shy baker's apprentice who just rhymed apron with heaven. Another rolls her eyes and says, he used that same verse last festival. Romantic plagiarism was a real problem. In fact, some towns tried to regulate public serenades. In 15th century Spain, there were actual curfews for music beneath windows, enforced by local watchmen who were probably just trying to sleep. There's one surviving law that fined anyone who used more than 3 verses in a single serenade. Apparently, some suitors didn't know when to stop. But despite the chaos and occasional injuries, music remained at the heart of medieval wooing. Even monks got involved. There are accounts of monastic scribes secretly composing love songs and slipping them into the margins of religious texts. One such verse, found in a psalter in York, reads, "Your voice moves through me like wind in reeds. No prayer shall silence it." Subtle, blasphemous, quite moving. Actually, you take a seat near the edge of the square and watch as the fight over the plagiarized love song dies down. A barrel is rolled out to serve as a makeshift stage. The apprentice with the bruised nose gets up, strums the lute, gently this time, and begins to sing again, soft, unsure, but determined. The melody is familiar, but the words, they're new. He sings about candlelight and cheese, about waiting under stormy skies, about the way her braid loops once, twice, then vanishes beneath her shawl. It's not poetic, exactly, but it's real. And the girl it's meant for? She's smiling. There's no riot this time. Just a few claps, a sigh. Someone tosses a small coin, and then the crowd drifts apart, back to their homes, their farms, their daily grind. Historians still debate whether these public serenades were taken seriously by listeners or just seen as entertainment. But the ones who sang meant it, and the ones who listened, quietly, alone by candlelight, they remembered. You rise, stepping over a splintered lute string on the ground. The air is calmer now, the night softer, but in the hearts of those who dared to turn their feelings into song, no matter how silly or sharp or off pitch, something strange and beautiful has been set in motion. After all, it takes courage to sing when you don't know who's listening. You step away from the music and clapping, leaving behind the romance riots and rhyming duels, and drift down a quiet lane. It's darker here, just one lantern flickering near a shrine, casting light on the corner of a chapel. The silence is thick, broken only by the soft flutter of something metallic. You glance up and spot a wooden sign swinging in the wind. It's shaped like a belt. We've arrived at the strangest love-adjacent legend of all, the chastity belt. Yes, the infamous contraption of iron, leather, and very poor design. You've probably heard the stories. Knights going off to war would lock their wives into medieval underwear armor to ensure their faithfulness. But take a breath, because reality, while still odd, is not quite what the jokes suggest. Historians still argue whether chastity belts were ever widely used, or whether they're more of a Renaissance myth exaggerated for dramatic effect. Actual artifacts are scarce, and many of the museum pieces from the 18th and 19th centuries are likely fakes, made more to amuse than to inform. Still, the idea of the chastity belt was a powerful one. It appeared in poems, satirical sketches, and morality plays as a metaphor for jealousy, control, and the dangers of lust. Think of it as a medieval meme, often exaggerated, occasionally believed, widely joked about. And even if the metal locking variety was rare, there were real efforts to enforce chastity during courtship. In some noble households, young women were accompanied everywhere by chaperones, often older female relatives or nuns, whose job was to monitor conversation, proximity, and even eye contact. Picture trying to flirt with someone while Aunt Marjorie hovers at your elbow, knitting judgmentally. You pause at a stone bench where two girls are whispering behind their hands. One of them clutches a small key, probably for a chest or a jewelry box, but you can't help noticing the gleam in her eye. He thinks it's for a belt. She giggles. I told him I sleep in it. So perhaps the myth persisted, not because it was common, but because it worked, as a joke, a deterrent, or a test of gullibility. Still, other methods of virtue protection were more grounded and no less peculiar. In several regions, symbolic items were worn to signal virginity or availability. A particular braid pattern, a ring on a specific finger, or even a particular fabric color could indicate whether a woman was spoken for. Misreading these signals could cause scandal or a pie in the face. In rural communities, things got more creative. There are stories of mothers hanging bells over their daughters' beds. The idea? If someone tried anything untoward, the bell would ring. Of course, it also rang if someone rolled over too quickly or sneezed. But still, an attempt was made. And then there were purity tests. Some superstitions claimed that a certain herb, if held under the tongue, would cause a liar's nose to bleed. Others involved standing barefoot on sacred stones, holding candles, and reciting prayers without stuttering. If you stumbled, you were hiding something. Whether you believe in these methods or not, the underlying fear was real. Reputations were everything. For noble families, a daughter's chastity could determine political alliances. For peasants, it might mean the difference between a stable marriage and public humiliation. You round a corner and come upon a statue, weathered, moss-covered, but still recognizable. A woman holding a lock in one hand, a flower in the other, likely a saint or a symbolic figure of virtue. Her expression is serene, a little smug, maybe. Beneath her feet, someone has carved a faint inscription. She who keeps herself, keeps the world. It's probably meant as moral instruction, but depending on the day, it could also be passive-aggressive graffiti. And it wasn't just women under pressure. In some areas, men were expected to prove their purity through self-restraint, fasting, or, ironically, boasting loudly about their lack of romantic entanglements. There's a famous tale of a squire who wore a belt of his own making, a symbolic gesture, though less protective and more itchy, apparently made of nettles. Unsurprisingly, that romance ended quickly. Historians still debate the psychological role these stories played. Were they warnings? Jokes? Lessons? Probably all three. The chastity belt, real or imagined, became a stand-in for the anxiety of desire, how to manage it, how to delay it, how to pretend it wasn't making everyone act a little absurd. You glance back toward the chapel and imagine the young lovers hiding just out of sight. She pretending to sleep in chainmail underwear. He pretending not to mind. It's sweet and silly and very, very human. Because in the end, no matter how many locks you forge or legends you whisper, love tends to find its way, even through iron, superstition, or Aunt Marjorie's very loud knitting. You wander farther from the chapel now, deeper into winding streets where candles flicker in colored glass holders and incense curls from hidden doorways. This part of town feels older, quieter, closer to the edges of belief than the center of custom. And that's where courtship takes a turn into the occult. Because in the medieval imagination, if someone fell in love with you too quickly, or refused to fall for you no matter how many onions you gifted them, there was only one explanation: witchcraft. Yes, forget chemistry or compatibility. If a man became obsessed after one glance at a girl tending her herbs, sorcery. If a woman started dreaming of her neighbor's apprentice after he helped her carry water twice in a row, bewitched. You pass a cottage now with bundles of dried lavender hanging from the eaves, and an old cat blinking judgmentally from the windowsill. Inside, an herbalist is mixing something in a mortar, whispering a rhyme under her breath. Whether it's a love potion, a headache cure, or just a nice seasoning blend, who's to say? In medieval Europe, the line between healer and witch was razor thin. And for women, especially independent, unmarried ones, it could be dangerous to know too much about the body, the moon, or the heart. Historians still debate how often love spells were actually used versus how often people thought they were being used on them. But in church records and confessionals, countless entries refer to charms meant to attract, bind, or banish love. Some of them were charmingly bizarre. There was the apple under the armpit spell, where a woman would tuck a fresh apple under her arm, let it absorb her scent, and, let's be honest, her sweat, and then offer it to the object of her affection. If he ate it and survived, it was believed he would fall hopelessly in love. Nutritional value, questionable. Romance success rate, disturbingly high. Other spells were more symbolic. A piece of bread, baked with initials carved inside, then hidden under a pillow. A strand of hair woven into a doll made from wax or tallow. One particularly detailed record from Prague describes a woman burying her stocking under a man's doorstep while chanting his name backwards. It did not go unnoticed when he tripped on the porch the next morning. But these charms came with risk. Accusations of sorcery could destroy a reputation, or worse. A girl who collected herbs too late at night might be whispered about. A widow who refused to remarry and kept chickens. Suspicious. A midwife with too many clients and too few smiles. Definitely a witch. Even love itself could be proof. One 14th century case from Flanders involved a woman being accused of enchantment simply because 3 suitors showed up to her house in the same week. The court concluded that no one was that charming without help from the devil. You pause at a crumbling fountain. A faded symbol is etched into the base. A heart pierced by 2 arrows crossing like scissors. An old sigil for binding love, perhaps, or just a bored mason's graffiti. Medieval life was full of these blurred edges. Of course, not all magical thinking was negative. Many people genuinely believed in protective charms, small sachets worn around the neck to prevent heartbreak or betrayal. In Iceland, carved staves were used to attract affection or preserve peace in the home. In parts of West Africa and Iberia, amulets were made with herbs, blood, and prayers, combining spiritual faith with deep cultural tradition. This wasn't just about control, it was about hope. Because in a world full of plagues, famines, arranged marriages, and extremely limited bathing, trying to nudge fate just a little toward romance wasn't so unreasonable. You pass a stall where an old woman sells ribbons dipped in rosewater and mugwort. She catches your eye and smiles. "For luck," she whispers, "or love, whichever finds you first." Whether the potion works or not, you feel something shift in the air. The scent is comforting. The ribbon is warm. Maybe that's the real magic. Belief wrapped in fabric, passed hand to hand. Historians still puzzle over how much of medieval love magic was performance versus sincere practice. But in the end, the spell didn't need to work. It just needed to feel like it could. You step back into the main road as the wind picks up, carrying a song from far away. The melody is soft, familiar, oddly haunting. You think of the girl with the apple under her arm, the boy who ate it, the spell they created, not in magic, but in memory. After all, most of love is just that, the wish for something to be true, whispered in secret before the world wakes up. The first light of morning filters through the mist as you step beyond the town's edge and into the open countryside. The path you follow winds past scattered cottages, sloping fields, and the occasional sleeping pig. Out here, the rules of love are less poetic and more agricultural. You soon arrive at a muddy crossroads where a group of villagers are setting up for what appears to be a marriage market. There's a tent made of patched cloth, a wooden bench with some sad-looking bread, and a pig in a festive ribbon. Someone's playing a hurdy-gurdy, badly. Welcome to the strange and practical world of where people actually met, not in secret gardens or moonlit ballrooms, but in places like communal wells, feast day fairs, and yes, even pig pens. For much of medieval Europe, romantic opportunity wasn't sparked by fate or Cupid's arrow. It was sparked by geography, social standing, and whether you were free on the third Sunday of Lent. In cities, people often met through work. A baker's daughter might deliver loaves to a nearby blacksmith each morning, and, over time, notice the way he burns the bread less when she smiles. An apprentice might run errands past the same loom every day just to catch the glance of a spinner. In rural villages, it was simpler. Proximity bred familiarity. If you shared a fence, a flock, or a muddy path, odds were high you'd end up in a conversation about firewood, then maybe marriage. Historians still argue whether medieval people believed in romantic love as we think of it today. Some insist that affection and companionship grew after marriage, not before. But diaries, letters, and folk songs suggest otherwise. People did fall for each other. They just didn't always have the luxury of choice or the time for poetry. And then there were the formal spaces, the festivals, markets, and matchmaking fairs. One of the most famous was the hiring fair, or mop fair, in England. Originally for finding employment, it became an unofficial singles gathering. Young people would wear tokens indicating availability, a feather in the cap, a colored ribbon, or a particularly shiny buckle. If someone caught your eye, you might share a dance or a drink, and if things went well, a promise to meet again before next year's sheep shearing. You pass a group of teenage girls giggling over a boy trying, and failing, to juggle apples. His technique is awful, but he recovers by offering one to each of them and quoting something about sweet fruit and sweeter company. One girl takes it. The others laugh. The game has begun. In Scotland and parts of Ireland, there were hand-fasting festivals, early forms of engagement, often trial marriages that lasted a year and a day. After that, couples could choose to make it permanent or walk away with no shame attached. It was surprisingly progressive, commitment with a return policy. And in parts of the Islamic world, like medieval Al-Andalus, elaborate marketplaces served as hubs not only for trade, but for courtship. Families might arrange introductions near the spice stalls or under the shade of date palms. Love poems were exchanged on slips of paper, hidden in embroidered cloth, or written in elaborate calligraphy. Equal parts flirtation and art. But courtship wasn't always so public. In some places, mirrors were used as signals. If a girl placed a mirror in her window, angled toward a particular alley or plaza, it meant she wanted a specific someone to pass by. If he stopped and adjusted his hat, the message was received. If he walked on, well, time to reposition the mirror. One surviving account from Bologna tells of a woman who used her laundry line as a communication tool. If she hung a red scarf next to the blue one, it meant, visit me tonight. If she left out only white linens, it meant, stay away. I'm being watched. This may sound complicated, but remember, this was a time when even eye contact was considered spicy. You step into a circle of vendors now, each hawking something vaguely romantic. One offers love charms, mostly made of wax and wishful thinking. Another has a display of dream loaves, small, sweet breads meant to be placed under a pillow to reveal your future spouse in a dream. You consider buying one. It smells like honey and anxiety. Historians still puzzle over how much of medieval romance was ritual versus instinct. But in every region, some version of the same story emerges. Two people, navigating a strange and structured world, trying to find a moment of connection amidst the mud and markets. And sometimes, it worked. You pass a couple sitting beneath a tree, barefoot, eating apples, sharing quiet smiles. He hands her a spoon he carved. She tucks a flower into his hair. It's not grand. It's not scripted. But it's something real, in the middle of nowhere. Because in the end, love didn't require a castle, just a path, a pause, and someone worth stopping for. The midday sun begins to warm the path as you continue your wanderings, past sleepy fields, crooked fences, and the occasional curious chicken. Up ahead, a man in a bright blue doublet is shouting in sing-song, messages of love, affections conveyed, heartfelt words delivered with tact or flair. Ah, you found the medieval go-between, also known as a herald of the heart, or, depending on the day, a very enthusiastic gossip, before DMs, before love letters, even before pigeons with decent aim. People relied on professional intermediaries to handle the delicate business of courtship. These weren't just messengers. They were romantic negotiators, tasked with delivering feelings, smoothing tensions, and occasionally embellishing the truth just a little. You watch as a young man hands the herald a folded note, poorly sealed and suspiciously damp. "Tell her," he whispers, "that I dreamt of her 4 times this week, and that I still have the ribbon she dropped. And maybe also ask if she wants some cheese." The herald nods solemnly, tucks the note into his pouch, and turns with exaggerated elegance. He's clearly enjoying this. In the medieval world, these figures went by many names: rakes, minstrels, messengers, and runners of sweet errands. In courtly settings, they might have been pages or squires. In villages, it was whoever had time, a decent memory, and a flair for dramatics. Sometimes, it was even a trusted servant, a cousin, or, riskily, a sibling. Historians still argue about the formality of these roles. Were they paid? Were they bound by any code of secrecy? While some records suggest compensation, often in bread, beer, or borrowed boots, others imply it was more social duty than profession. But one thing's for certain: being a love messenger came with serious risk. You glance to your left and spot a boy limping, a bruise forming on his temple. He shrugs. "Wrong house," he mutters. "Wrong window." I think I complimented her mother. Delivering feelings in the Middle Ages was a delicate art. Say too little, and the message falls flat. Say too much, and you might start a duel. The best go-betweens knew how to calibrate every syllable, softening rejection, sweetening compliments, and occasionally inventing just enough poetry to make someone swoon. One famous account from Florence tells of a herald who became so beloved by both parties in a long-distance courtship that he was eventually adopted as an uncle at their wedding. Another story, from Paris, ends less happily. The messenger married the girl himself. That tale was later immortalized in a particularly bitter folk song titled "The Baker's Betrayal." You stop at a well, where a girl is whispering urgently to a woman balancing laundry baskets. "Tell him," she says, "that I wore the necklace he gave me. Tell him I smiled, just once, at Brother Henri, but it meant nothing. Also, tell him his shoes squeak." Even in monastic communities, these go-betweens existed. Monks and nuns weren't supposed to fall in love, of course, but they were still human. Records from several cloisters reveal intercepted notes, coded books, and messages passed inside hollowed-out loaves of bread. One monk wrote, "Her silence is louder than all the psalms," which, honestly, deserves a slow clap. And don't forget the professional matchmakers, especially among Jewish, Muslim, and Chinese communities. These individuals were highly respected and often kept records, horoscopes, and dowry negotiations all in a neat little ledger. Romance, in these cases, was part emotion, part paperwork. In England, particularly in smaller towns, love messengers were sometimes young children, innocent and unlikely to attract suspicion. A 6-year-old could deliver a rose or a riddle without being questioned. Just don't expect them to remember all the details. There's a preserved letter from 1379 that begins, "Dearest, your messenger child told me something about goats, then spilled ale on me. Still, I await you." You smile now as the herald returns, wiping sweat from his brow and puffing up with pride. "She said yes," he announces grandly to the nervous boy, who promptly faints into a cabbage cart. The crowd applauds. You keep walking, the sound of laughter and half-finished messages echoing behind you. Around a corner, you spot a faded mural on a wall, two birds facing each other, with a scroll in midair between them. A visual reminder that even birds need a middleman sometimes. Historians still debate how much agency these messengers really had. Did they ever twist the truth? Did they fall in love themselves? Likely, yes. But even with all their meddling and missteps, they kept love moving. Forward, sideways, sometimes into a wall, but moving nonetheless. You pause and look back once more. The boy is awake now. The girl has arrived. They're holding hands near the cabbage cart, saying nothing, smiling too much. No message needed anymore. You leave the herald behind, his satchel now bulging with half-folded notes, ribbons, and a suspicious amount of cheese, and follow the scent of something sharp, vinegary, pungent. It hits you like a slap with a salad. Someone's trying to be seductive. You step into a narrow alley where a young woman is dabbing something behind her ears. She catches your eye and winks. The liquid she's using? Vinegar infused with rosemary. She smells like pickled flowers. And this, somehow, is intentional. Welcome to the confusing world of medieval fragrance and courtship, where smelling good didn't mean pleasant, just memorable. In the days before deodorant, perfume was both survival and strategy. After all, bathing was occasional at best, and the average medieval town carried a bouquet of odors that included livestock, smoke, beer, and regret. Standing out meant scenting up, and people got creative, sometimes dangerously so. Historians still argue whether perfumes were used more for health than allure. Medical texts often advised vinegar washes or herb rubs to balance the humors or drive away bad airs. But in practice, scent also became a part of romantic identity. Your way of saying, "Hi, I'm not like the others. I smell like time." You pass a table where a young apothecary is mixing vials. He offers you a sampler labeled Bouquet of St. Agnes. It smells like basil, cloves, and a little too much ambition. In noble circles, perfume was a sign of wealth. Exotic ingredients, ambergris, civet, musk, were imported from distant lands and reserved for the very rich. One record from Eleanor of Aquitaine's court describes a blend involving crushed pearls, rose oil, and powdered cinnamon. The goal? To leave a trail of fragrance as you walked, like a scented comet. You might imagine noble lovers exchanging vials of custom scent, tiny bottles made of glass or polished bone, tied with silk threads. Sometimes the perfumes were worn in jewelry, rings with hidden compartments, or lockets that could be sniffed discreetly during boring feasts. Among the middle and lower classes, the ingredients were humbler, but no less deliberate. Vinegar, as you've already discovered, was popular, mixed with herbs like lavender, sage, or wormwood. It served as both a cleanser and a calling card. You sniff someone's neck. You remember it all day. And then there were scented pomanders, little metal balls filled with spices and herbs, carried like fashion accessories. They swung from belts or chains, releasing fragrance as the wearer walked. Think of it as a medieval air freshener, attached to your hip. Some hopeful lovers even created scented letters, parchment soaked lightly in rosewater, then dried over coals before being folded into complicated hearts or knots. There's a note preserved in the Vatican archives, dated 1412, which still smells faintly of chamomile. The message inside reads, "My soul follows your scent, like the bee its flower." A bit much, Perhaps, but he was trying. Of course, not every romantic fragrance was well received. One tale from Bruges describes a man who tried to woo his neighbor with a mixture of honey and garlic rubbed on his wrists. He claimed it was an ancient love recipe. She claimed it was an assault. A legal complaint was filed. Romance is subjective. You spot a young man nearby, dabbing something onto his collar with great care. He tells you it's duck feather oil steeped in lemon balm. You nod, impressed. It smells like someone tried to make soup out of optimism. He then turns to a girl standing under a fig tree and bows. She sneezes violently and runs off. He sighs and adds more. Historians still discuss the social significance of scent in medieval life. Was it really about attraction, or about status, health, and symbolism? The answer, of course, is all of the above. To smell of rose water meant refinement. To reek of myrrh hinted at piety. To carry hints of mint or fennel might imply cleanliness, or, at least, that you were trying. You round a corner and find a tiny shrine where someone has left a handful of dried lavender, a wax heart, and, of all things, a garlic clove tied with red thread. A love offering? A protection charm? Possibly both. And maybe that's the point. In a world where medicine and magic blurred, where odor and aura were inseparable, a smell could say what words could not. I see you. I'm thinking of you. Please don't faint. As you move on, a gust of wind carries a swirl of rosemary, vinegar, and the faintest whiff of someone's failed experiment with marjoram. It's strange. It's sharp. It's oddly comforting. Because even when the music fades, the scent of love lingers, sometimes under your nose, sometimes in your memory. You leave the aromatic alley behind, nose tingling, heart slightly pickled, and follow a winding stone path toward a hilltop cloister. The walls are ivy-covered, the bells are silent, and the air is wrapped in a hush that feels heavier than silence. Inside, monks are reading, nuns are praying, and somewhere, someone is definitely sneaking glances when they're not supposed to. Welcome to the hidden realm of forbidden love and monastic side-eyes, where romance survived, even thrived, behind walls built specifically to prevent it. You pass under a stone arch and into the courtyard of a convent. A young novice is feeding doves. She looks serene, until you notice she's arranging the bird seed in the shape of someone's initials. Historians still argue whether love within monastic walls was common or simply well documented because it caused such a stir when discovered. What's clear is that emotion wasn't so easily walled off. Monks and nuns were human, after all, capable of devotion and distraction, chastity, and very suspicious pen pal arrangements. Take, for example, the famous story of Heloise and Abelard. He was a scholar. She, his pupil. They fell madly in love in 12th century Paris. Despite both being tied to religious institutions, their affair led to a scandal, a secret child, and ultimately, 2 lifetimes of emotionally charged letters exchanged from afar. In one, Heloise writes, "More bitter than gall is the thought that I have been deprived of you for so long." Passion doesn't really respect oaths. And it wasn't just nobles. Lower-ranking monks and lay sisters often found themselves drawn to one another during communal labor, copying texts, tending gardens, or rehearsing chants. One preserved account tells of 2 young monks who exchanged notes hidden inside hollowed-out prayer books. Another details a nun who carved a lover's name onto the underside of a wooden lectern, discovered centuries later when the paint peeled back. You walk along a cloister hall now, worn smooth by generations of quiet pacing. The echoes here are soft, but if you listen, you might catch the sound of a whispered confession, not to God, but about someone else entirely. Because in monasteries, the rules of love were not absent. They were redirected. Deep affection was encouraged, but only for the divine. That meant any human attachment had to be couched in spiritual terms, or risk punishment. So lovers got creative. A monk might write a hymn to the stars that secretly referenced someone's eyes. A nun might describe her love for Mary with suspiciously specific physical detail. The difference between prayer and poetry was sometimes only punctuation. In certain cases, there were real consequences. In 14th century Germany, a monk was transferred after being found too frequently in the garden with a novice nun. The records are vague, but we can assume it wasn't to discuss tomatoes. And, in some stricter orders, affection was treated like contagion, discouraged with separate dining areas, supervised walks, and mandatory reflection fasts. And yet, not everyone condemned it. Some abbots and abbesses saw love as part of a larger journey. They believed that deep human bonds could lead one closer to understanding compassion, loyalty, even sacrifice. A few even encouraged carefully monitored relationships between young novices to help them practice restraint and kindness before pledging their vows. Of course, restraint is easier in theory than in practice. One friar reportedly left his monastery in the dead of night, traveled 2 towns over, and tried to serenade a girl through a church organ pipe. It did not go well. He got stuck. The parish had to disassemble half the instrument to get him out. The girl married a baker instead. You find yourself now in a scriptorium, where a monk is copying out a passage of Psalms. You notice a tiny marginal doodle, 2 birds nestled together on a branch. Beneath them, in tiny script, the words, "Even sparrows find a nest." Maybe just decoration, maybe something more. Historians often debate how these quiet romances fit into the larger picture of medieval love. Were they tragic, courageous, hypocritical? Likely, all of the above. What's certain is that even in places built for silence and solitude, the heart managed to speak. You step into a walled garden. It's quiet. A nun is tending herbs, humming softly. She doesn't see you, or maybe she pretends not to. You catch the scent of lavender and thyme, and the sound of a small, private song, one with no audience, no composer, just feeling. Because love, even when forbidden, leaves traces. A sigh in the choir loft, a word too carefully chosen, a pressed flower in the corner of a Bible. And in this soft, echoing world of prayer and poetry, those traces linger, long after the vows are taken, the letters are burned, or the bells stop ringing. You leave the monastery's cool silence behind and step into sunlight that feels brighter than before, sharper, a little too real. The road you're on now is lined with half-empty carts, discarded garlands, and shuttered stalls. A strange stillness hangs in the air. Something has happened. You reach a village square. It's quiet, eerily so. A dog barks in the distance. A church bell tolls once. No children playing. No laughter echoing through the fields. You recognize the signs. This is a village still recovering from death. Welcome to the era of the Black Plague. And, somehow, also the era of the most impulsive romances in medieval history. Yes, the bubonic plague, the greatest medical catastrophe Europe had ever known, didn't just bring suffering and panic. It also brought an unexpected surge in courtship, proposals, and very sudden marriages. Because nothing inspires commitment quite like the looming fear of imminent doom. Historians still argue about the psychological effects of the plague on social behavior. But one pattern stands out. When people thought the world might end, they got really, really romantic. Fast. You step past a crumbling well where someone has scrawled a heart into the stone. Inside it, 2 initials and the date, 1349, the height of the plague. Maybe they survived, maybe they didn't. Either way, someone wanted to be remembered as part of something. With life expectancy collapsing, lovers who might have once hesitated due to class differences, lack of dowry, or parental disapproval, suddenly eloped, or proposed, or just decided. Let's get married before the next cart rolls through carrying someone covered in boils. You pass a woman sweeping her doorstep. She nods at you, then holds up a bundle of dried rosemary. For health, she says, but also for remembrance, and maybe love. The lines blurred. In Florence, records show a massive spike in marriages during the plague years, but they weren't all formal. Many were plague marriages, hastily blessed unions, often by priests on horseback or clerics too frightened to dismount. Vows were exchanged through windows. Rings were fashioned from twine. Witnesses included chickens and the occasional confused monk. And yet, these marriages weren't necessarily doomed. In fact, some of the longest-lasting medieval unions were formed in crisis, bonded not by romance alone, but by shared survival. Couples who courted during the plague often forged deep, unusual connections. One famous case from Avignon involves a gravedigger who married a seamstress after helping bury her entire family. It sounds grim, and it was. But they built a life together, one marked by loss, but also endurance. There were even deathbed proposals, which were often sincere and sometimes deeply theatrical. A knight in Castile, on his deathbed from plague, reportedly confessed love for his servant girl, married her with his last breath, and then survived another 12 years. According to her later letters, he was very surprised and very committed. You walk past a market stall turned makeshift infirmary. A pair of young lovers sit side by side on a bench, sharing a peeled apple. They're not touching, but their knees almost meet. Maybe they were childhood friends. Maybe they only just met. But there's a look between them that says, if this is all the time we get, I want it to be with you. It wasn't just romantic love that flourished. The plague softened some social boundaries. Class divisions, while still significant, became blurrier as labor shortages and grief made everyone a little more human. A noble woman might fall for her physician. A baker's son might marry the apothecary's daughter, because who else was still alive? Historians still discuss whether these courtships were rooted in desperation or sincerity. The truth is, they were probably both. Love became a kind of defiance, a refusal to let death be the only story written in the dust of every town. You spot a tattered banner hanging from a crumbling building. It reads, "To love is to live twice." Faded, stitched hastily, probably meant for a wedding that didn't happen. But somehow, it still hangs. And yes, not all plague-born love stories ended well. There were plenty of tragedies, quick goodbyes, and mismatched unions. One court record details a couple who married during quarantine, only to discover afterward that they both hated goats and each other. But they stayed married for 17 years. Love is strange like that. You move on as the sun begins to lower, casting golden light on a field of graves marked by simple wooden stakes. Among them, a new one bears a carved heart. No name, just together, still. In the face of so much loss, love didn't disappear. It adapted. It flared brighter, burned quicker, and sometimes outlived the fire. Because even when everything is falling apart, a hand held in the dark can feel like salvation. As you step away from the quiet field of plague memories, your path leads you into a crooked little cottage, half buried in ivy and surrounded by wilting herbs. There's a faint shimmer in the air, dust motes swirling like fireflies, and the faint, spicy sweet scent of cloves, onions, and something less identifiable. Inside, the shelves are cluttered with bundles of dried plants, jars filled with cloudy liquids, and a suspicious number of candle stubs. In the center of the room stands a woman hunched over a bowl, muttering something under her breath. You've entered the world of love spells, folk remedies, and mildly alarming romantic experiments. She glances up, doesn't seem startled by your presence, and says simply, "For love or revenge?" You raise an eyebrow. She shrugs. It's usually one or the other. In medieval Europe, where romance was uncertain and control over one's destiny was limited, many people, especially women, turned to folk magic to tilt the odds in their favor. Whether it was to attract a lover, keep one faithful, or drive a rival away, there was an herb for that, or a ritual, or a spoonful of something best left undescribed. Historians still debate the exact boundary between healing, prayer, and spell work during this period. What's clear is that many love rituals were passed down orally, half recipe, half superstition, all conviction. One particularly colorful remedy involved chopping up raw onions and placing them under your pillow for 7 nights. Supposedly, if you dreamed of someone consistently, they were your destined match. If you dreamed of no one, you were meant for a life of quiet cheese-making. And if you dreamed of turnips, seek medical attention. You walk past a table where dried mice are strung like garlands over a dish of black bread. The woman explains, matter-of-factly, that this is a Slavic charm to catch the attention of an unfaithful lover. The idea is that guilt or indigestion will drive him back. The mice are optional, but very persuasive. Another favorite? The hair and honey knot, in which a single hair from the target is tied with thread, dipped in honey, and baked into a loaf of bread. If they eat it and smile, you win. If they choke or cry, better luck next solstice. And let's not forget the love poppet. Small dolls made of wax, cloth, or dough, meant to represent a lover or rival. They could be kissed, fed, sung to, or, if things went sour, buried, stabbed, or tossed in a river. A medieval version of emotional closure, with needles. You sit on a creaky stool while the old woman grinds herbs with a stone pestle. She's explaining a particularly complex ritual involving basil, moonlight, and precisely 3 goose feathers. You burn it on a Tuesday, she says, not Monday. Monday is for liars. In some regions, particularly in parts of Ireland, the Scottish Highlands, and rural Italy, these folk remedies were often blended with religious traditions. A charm might begin with a prayer to a saint and end with a chant to the moon. It wasn't blasphemy, it was insurance. You notice a small book on the shelf titled Affections and Afflictions, a collection of old love potions and their side effects. A few entries include rosemary and nettle brew, may cause feelings of tenderness or rash on the arms. Thyme wine infusion, said to inspire honesty, often leads to confessions of goat theft. Salted newt broth, banned in 3 counties, reason unspecified. Not all spells were about attraction. Some were used to cool passions, break bonds, or encourage a clean emotional escape. One popular charm involved taking an item belonging to your former lover, wrapping it in bramble, and throwing it into a stream, symbolizing a return to peace and soggy revenge. You glance out the window and spot a young girl burying something in the garden. She glances around nervously, then pats the earth flat. A ribbon? A note? A piece of bread shaped like a heart? Whatever it was, it mattered to her. Historians still wonder how seriously these rituals were taken. Were they true beliefs or symbolic acts? Probably both. For many medieval people, especially women, this kind of folk magic offered something precious: agency, a way to act when society left them few choices. And they worked, if not in result, then in ritual. The act of lighting a candle, whispering a name, placing a flower on the threshold. These were gestures of hope, of courage, of tender stubbornness. The old woman finishes her mixture, pours it into a small jar, and corks it tight. "Give this to no one," she says with a smile. "Just keep it near your bed. It reminds you that you can love and be loved." You step outside into the late afternoon sun, the scent of onion and lavender clinging to your sleeves. In your pocket, something small and warm, just a trinket, maybe, or a little bit of magic. Because sometimes, to be seen, to be desired, to be chosen, we're willing to believe in anything, even pickled mice and onion dreams. You leave behind the cottage of potions and hopeful mice, descending into a narrow valley where the wind picks up and the trees lean like eavesdroppers. The road here is rougher, less traveled, and full of ruts, both literal and emotional. This is the road people took when running away from the expectations of family, feasts, and unwanted betrothals. Because sometimes, when love couldn't wait, or when parents simply wouldn't understand, the only answer was elopement. And if you were really serious about it, you didn't just steal a kiss, you stole a horse. You pause beneath a crooked tree where someone has carved a heart into the bark. Inside, a pair of initials. Below, the faint scratch of a hoof print pressed into mud. The signs are all there. Someone left in a hurry, and someone else probably woke up very, very angry. In the Middle Ages, marriage was often a transaction, a blend of property, inheritance, and alliances. Love was a bonus, sure, but not a requirement. So when 2 people decided to marry purely for affection, especially against family wishes, they had few options besides disappearing fast and hoping the priest was cool about it. One of the most famous elopement destinations in England was Gretna Green. just across the Scottish border, where the laws were looser and blacksmiths doubled as emergency officiants. But long before that, villages across Europe had their own versions of runaway sanctuaries, tiny chapels, secret corners of the forest, occasionally barns with sympathetic goats. Historians still argue how common these runaway unions really were. Some say they were rare and risky. Others suggest they were simply underdocumented because no one wanted to put their rebellious romance into writing. What we do know is that horse theft and elopement often went hand in hand. Why horses? Well, walking to a priest took too long. And wagons? Too noisy. A stolen or borrowed horse gave lovers speed, height, and just enough wind in their hair to feel dramatic. One ballad from 14th century France tells of a baker's daughter who mounted her lover's mule at midnight and rode all the way to the next parish to marry a cooper. The mule's name was Margot. She's not mentioned in the wedding feast, but we remember her here. Of course, this wasn't just the stuff of songs. Legal records contain surprising details. In 1398, a young man in Saxony was fined not only for eloping with a merchant's daughter, but for stealing her father's best saddle, which he returned slightly singed. A week later, romance, it turns out, can be hard on leather. You wander past a crumbling bridge where couples once crossed to escape jurisdiction. One plank is missing, burnt, perhaps, in an effort to slow pursuers, or just to make the escape look more cinematic. And elopements weren't limited to young lovers. In one case, from northern Italy, a widow of 60 eloped with her late husband's apprentice, aged 23, claiming, "God put fire back in my belly." They made it across the border, got married, and opened a bakery. Their cinnamon rolls were apparently legendary. But things didn't always end in flour and frosting. Runaways could face serious consequences if caught. Families might disown them. Local councils could annul the marriage, especially if dowries hadn't been negotiated. Some even faced public penance, forced to kneel in the church square while wearing itchy tunics of shame. And if the horse was never returned, that became a felony. Still, many believed the risk was worth it. You pass a shrine carved into a hillside. Inside is a small statue of Saint Valentine, holding a horseshoe instead of a heart. Below him, pilgrims have left offerings, scraps of ribbon, bits of torn parchment, and one impressively detailed wooden figurine of a galloping couple. The woman's braid trails behind her like a banner. You think of all the reasons people run: fear, freedom, faith, desire. Sometimes they're escaping cruelty. Other times they're chasing joy. And sometimes they're just tired of waiting. One surviving letter from a runaway bride reads simply, "We leave at dusk. Tell no one, unless they have oats for the mare." Historians still debate whether medieval elopement was romantic or selfish. But maybe it was both, because real love rarely fits into tidy categories. It gallops, it stumbles, it steals saddles, and sometimes it burns a bridge or two just to make sure the journey is one way. You step back onto the trail and find a hoofprint still fresh in the mud. Someone left recently. The wind carries the faint sound of laughter, or maybe the clatter of distant hooves. And somewhere ahead, a chapel waits. A priest dozes. A couple arrives breathless, barefoot, radiant with defiance. No trumpets, no feast. Just two people and a very tired horse, starting their forever. The sun dips lower as you leave the elopers and their rebellious steeds behind, walking a quiet path lined with beech trees and discarded gloves. Yes, gloves. Some old, some new, some dramatically flung into the grass with flair. And if you're wondering why medieval lovers seem to have a thing for accessories, well, this next chapter is about duels. Because nothing says, I adore you, quite like risking a black eye in a public square over someone's handkerchief. Welcome to the age of romantic duels, where declarations of love weren't sealed with kisses, but with swords, bruises, and the occasional loss of ear. You arrive at a long-abandoned training field, flattened grass, crooked fence posts, and a faded chalk circle on the ground. Here, once upon a time, two suitors met at dawn, both determined to win the same girl's affections. The story, as local legend tells it, ended with one man limping home, the other missing a shoe, and the girl marrying neither of them. She became a nun, possibly out of sheer exhaustion. In medieval society, honor and love were tightly interwoven, especially among nobles. If someone insulted your beloved, glanced at her too long, or claimed to be a better poet than you, it wasn't uncommon for the offended party to respond with the medieval equivalent of, say that again, but with weapons. Historians still argue how often romantic duels occurred versus how often they were simply threatened. But accounts do exist, often recorded in poetic exaggeration, of men fighting over gloves, songs, or seating arrangements at feasts. One famous tale from Burgundy tells of a knight who challenged another to a duel over a misplaced compliment. The compliment? Her laughter is like spring rain. The duel? 3 hours, 2 cracked ribs, and a dog that refused to stop barking. The lady in question left with neither, later marrying a quiet spice merchant from Lyon. The glove, of course, became symbolic. To throw down your glove, literally, was to challenge someone. To pick up a glove that had been dropped or given was to accept a favor. And to wear a lady's glove in your helmet during a tournament, that was the medieval version of adding in a relationship to your Facebook profile. Public, proud, and potentially dangerous. You reach a wooden bench near a creek and find an old glove resting there. Leather, worn soft with time. You imagine someone picking it up once, tucking it into a sleeve, heart racing with what it might mean. And yet, not all duels were fatal. Many were choreographed performances, meant more for show than for damage. A few slashes, a bit of bleeding, a dramatic tumble into the grass, just enough to prove that, yes, your love was absolutely worth spraining something over. In Italy, there was even a fashion trend known as the duello d'amore, where young men would spar with blunt swords in city gardens under the watchful gaze of the lady they adored. Points were given for elegance, flair, and how poetically you bled. But sometimes, things got messier. A well-known story from Bavaria involves a baker, a soldier, and a lute teacher who all claimed to be courting the same widow. They agreed to settle it honorably in the square at dawn. It ended with the soldier in a barrel, the baker covered in goose feathers, and the lute teacher proposing, successfully, while still holding a fish. Love is unpredictable. And let's not forget the women. While rarely combatants in formal duels, they wielded symbolic power, deciding who was worth fighting for, and who was just loudly flailing. There are accounts of ladies awarding garters to winners, dousing losers with wine, or even calling off duels mid-fight with the medieval version of, "He's not worth it." You pass a stone plaque now, half buried in moss. It reads, "For a kiss, they fought. For peace, she left." Short, true, unbothered. Historians still debate whether romantic duels were brave or foolish. But for those involved, it wasn't just about love. It was about pride, visibility, and proving your worth in a world where emotions were performed in armor and under scrutiny. You linger a moment longer by the bench, imagining a glove pressed into a trembling hand, a whispered, "Fight for me," a clash of steel at sunrise, and later, if all went well, a dance, two hands, ungloved, finely held together. No bruises required. The road ahead twists into a misty meadow where everything feels a little off, a little too quiet, a little too theatrical. You walk past a crumbling manor, its gate leaning like it gave up trying to stand centuries ago. And just beyond that, you see it. A doll in a wedding veil, perched on a stump. No, not a toy, left by a child. This was a legal witness, because you've arrived at one of the strangest courtship customs of the medieval world. Marriage by proxy puppet. Yes, there were moments, unusual, highly specific, but real, when one or even both of the people getting married weren't there. Instead, a stand-in would take their place during the ceremony. And sometimes, that stand-in wasn't a person at all. It was a glove, or a stick, or a doll, sometimes clothed, occasionally kissed, always taken disturbingly seriously. Historians still argue how widespread this practice was, but we know it happened, especially among the nobility, where distance, politics, or war kept brides and grooms apart. One would send a representative to stand in, and the stand-in, quite literally, got married. The ceremony followed all the standard rites. Vows were exchanged, rings were placed, and when the priest asked if anyone objected, the crowd politely refrained from shouting, "She's marrying a boot on a pole." There's a recorded case from 15th century Hungary where a princess was married to a French nobleman using a wax figure as her proxy. The figure wore her veil and was placed beside the groom during the vows. It was later burned ceremonially and, possibly, out of embarrassment. You pass a tree stump where someone's arranged pebbles into a little altar. Two acorns sit side by side with a petal draped over them like a cloak. A tiny mock wedding. A joke. Maybe. Or a memory of something stranger. In some proxy marriages, the substitution was symbolic. A glove was commonly used to represent the absent party. It was held, blessed, sometimes placed into a goblet and toasted. One poem from the Low Countries even refers to a nobleman who wed the hand of silk but kissed the hand of fate. Then there were the sword marriages, where kings or dukes symbolically married a realm or a people by taking vows with a sword laid across an altar. Sounds romantic until you realize the sword never remembered anniversaries. You step into a small chapel now, long abandoned, but still intact. In one of the pews lies a wooden staff wrapped in faded ribbon. Someone has drawn a face on it. You have a strong suspicion this was once the groom. But why go through all this? Marriage was as much contract as connection in the medieval world. Land, inheritance, and alliances didn't always wait for someone to return from crusade or stop being betrothed to someone else. Proxy marriage allowed deals to move forward, even when bodies could not. It was efficiency dressed in taffeta. And yes, sometimes the couple hadn't even met. There are records of lords marrying princesses sight unseen. The first time they actually locked eyes was sometimes months after the vows. One diary notes, "Her hair was less golden than I had imagined, but her lands were as promised." Not every proxy marriage was noble, though. Among the peasantry, folk customs developed where symbolic gestures carried marital weight. A pair of shoes placed side by side on a threshold, a shared drink from a carved horn, a night spent beside a fire with a blanket dividing the bed, bundling with bureaucratic flair. In rare cases, villagers would marry a doll or effigy as part of seasonal rites to bind the harvest or protect fertility. These weren't legal unions, but they carried spiritual or cultural significance. You wander past a wall where someone has scratched an outline of two figures, one human, one suspiciously rectangular. Above them, in Latin, what is present may deceive, what is absent may endure. It's oddly profound, and not without consequence. Some proxy marriages led to real emotional bonds, maintained through letters, poems, and, eventually, actual meetings. Others turned cold. One nobleman famously annulled his proxy marriage after meeting his bride in person and discovering she had a voice like rust and teeth like acorns. Unclear what the doll had led him to expect. Historians debate whether these puppet unions were cynical, hopeful, or just deeply practical. But they reveal something quietly powerful about medieval love. It had to be flexible. Life was unpredictable. Travel was dangerous. Politics were exhausting. But the human need to connect, to formalize a bond, even through a doll in a borrowed hat, was unstoppable. You leave the chapel and look back at the wooden staff, still waiting silently in its pew. The sun slips through the stained glass, turning its ribbon to gold. And maybe, just maybe, that marriage wasn't so empty after all. You continue through the fading afternoon, the light casting long shadows from distant towers and ivy-strangled bell turrets. The landscape softens here. Open meadows, sleepy ravens perched on fence posts, and somewhere in the distance, the muffled rhythm of a very bad poem being read aloud. Because now, dear traveler, you've wandered into a different kind of battlefield, the one where men lost their reputations, their fortunes, and occasionally their entire kingdom access privileges, all thanks to love poems gone terribly wrong. Welcome to the peculiar realm of romantic verse, exile, and heartbreak by quill. In the medieval world, writing a love poem wasn't just a pastime. It was often a political risk. A poorly timed stanza could insult a noble family. A too bold metaphor could spark a scandal. And a badly rhymed couplet? That might just get you banished. You arrive at a crumbling stone amphitheater, long abandoned, moss creeping across the benches. At the center is a small platform where, legend says, a young troubadour once stood and recited a love poem comparing a duke's daughter to a wounded doe. Unfortunately, the duke had a hunting accident 2 days earlier. The metaphor hit a little too close to home. He was exiled before the applause stopped. Historians still debate the precise social rules of romantic poetry and court life, but it's clear that words had weight. A verse wasn't just decorative. It was dangerous, Poets were watched, lines were dissected, and metaphors could become legal matters. One poorly received poem in 14th century Castile caused a duel, a lawsuit, and a temporary ban on public recitations. You pass a carved stone tablet inscribed with a few lines of fading verse. Her smile unseats kings. Her glance shatters oaths. I left my sword at her feet and my sense at the door. Not bad, but maybe a little too honest. Troubadours and minstrels, those wandering wordsmiths of medieval Europe, played a curious role in courtship. Some were professional entertainers. Others were nobles in disguise, writing under pseudonyms to woo from afar. And then there were the amateur poets, the ones who believed that their clumsy rhyme could win hearts, not realizing it could also lose them everything. One particularly tragic tale comes from Brittany. A page boy, in love with his lady's maid, composed a sonnet declaring that her hair was as golden as morning beer. While she found it charming, her master did not, and sent the boy off to the coast with nothing but a potato and a prayer. But not all poetic disasters were punished so harshly. Some were simply immortalized. In Germany, a collection of rejected verses was compiled in the 1300s, featuring the worst romantic poems ever submitted to noble ladies. Titles include Your Eyes Are Like Ducks and Please Love Me, or at least wave. Many were written anonymously, though scholars suspect more than a few court scribes contributed for the sheer drama. And then there was court poetry as protest. In some instances, lovers separated by rank or distance used verse to challenge authority. These were riskier, filled with hidden meanings, coded metaphors, and clever wordplay. One noblewoman in Burgundy famously wrote a ballad disguised as a religious hymn to mourn her forbidden lover. When discovered, she claimed, "It's not about him. It's about St. Julian, who also had curly hair." You pass a tree with parchment nailed to the bark. It's a poem, still legible, possibly recent. It reads, "If you marry that merchant, I'll haunt your porch. Also, I still have your sock." A modern spirit in a medieval voice. But of course, not every poem led to disaster. Some became the glue of long-distance romance. Lovers would exchange verses over months or years, building a shared world of metaphors, symbols, and private meanings. A letter from a knight might arrive wrapped in rosemary, each line referencing an earlier stanza. A reply might include a pressed flower and a correction of meter, romantic and editorial. You duck into a half-collapsed chapel and find a mural faded with age. It depicts a woman reading a scroll while a man kneels beside her, holding a quill. Around them float lines of poetry, some joyful, some awkward. Above their heads, a single Latin phrase, verba manent. Words remain. Historians still wonder, were these verses acts of bravery, of foolishness, of longing without a place to land? The answer, of course, is yes. You imagine a young poet, heart full of ridiculous metaphors, sneaking into the stables to scratch out a stanza by lantern light. He writes of her voice like church bells, her hands like ripe pears, her frown like thunder before spring. It's too much. It's imperfect. It's everything. And then he signs it, tucks it into a glove, and gives it to the messenger with shaking hands. Because in that moment, love isn't just a feeling. It's a risk. A verse cast into the world, hoping it finds a place to land. Even if it gets you exiled, Evening drapes itself across the rooftops as you meander through a village square, now emptied of music, horse hooves, and declarations shouted through windows. The sky is a soft, bruised purple, and the wind carries with it the echo of old arguments, the kind that once ended in marriages, and sometimes didn't, because we've arrived at the inevitable conclusion of many medieval love stories, the breakups, or, more accurately, the annulments, separations, and spectacular excuses medieval folks came up with to explain why their happily ever after, well, wasn't. You sit down on the edge of a well and watch a woman walk by, muttering something about frogs in her husband's shoes. She's not angry, just resigned. And that's a familiar tone in this world of, I'm leaving you because you're cursed logic. In the Middle Ages, divorce as we know it was rare, especially under the rule of the church. Marriage was considered sacred, indissoluble, and not really your business to quit just because he chews loudly. But that didn't mean people didn't try. They just had to get creative. Annulment was the most common path. It didn't dissolve the marriage so much as declare it never happened in the first place. But to get one, you had to provide a solid excuse. And solid didn't always mean truthful. Some of the more common annulment grounds included consanguinity. We're actually cousins. Surprise. Pre-existing marriage. He was technically already married to a different Gertrude. Impotence, which required very awkward church investigations. Witchcraft, because when in doubt, blame spells. You pass a notice nailed to a post. It's yellowed with age but legible. Let it be known that Albert of Rudesheim was bewitched by sleep demons and could not fulfill his vows. He is therefore released. Below, someone scribbled, Albert was just lazy. Historians still debate how seriously these accusations were taken, especially the more imaginative ones. One annulment petition from Spain claimed that the husband sneezed with the force of a dragon, which the wife believed was the sign of demonic possession. The court, apparently, took 2 weeks to deliberate. But not every separation was formal. In rural areas, some couples simply practiced folk divorce, an unofficial split often accompanied by a symbolic act, like cutting a rope, splitting a shared mug, or throwing a cloak into a river while shouting dramatically. It didn't hold up in canon law, but it made the point. You wander toward the town's small chapel, where a worn-out priest is scribbling something on parchment. You catch part of it. Claims his wife cursed the oxen. Wife claims he smells like fermented beetroot. Mediate with caution. And then there were public confessions, acts of penance or symbolic repentance required when couples separated without the church's blessing. These could involve standing barefoot outside the chapel, reciting psalms, or carrying stones through the village while everyone pretended not to judge. One couple in Cologne reportedly ended their marriage by spending 3 days in separate barrels, rolling themselves to opposite ends of town. Spectators cheered. A local baker wrote a song about it. Some of the most fascinating breakups came from couples who genuinely loved each other, just not enough to keep going. A 14th century diary entry from a merchant's wife reads, I loved him, but not his mother, and she lived with us. I wish him well, but I am keeping the cat. You peek through a window and see a man carefully packing a chest. Inside, a pair of wooden spoons, a faded glove, and what appears to be half a shared love poem. torn down the middle. He pauses, then adds a pickled egg. Closure comes in strange forms. And of course, there were post-breakup rumors. She was always a little too friendly with the goose boy. He never really recovered from that sonnet he wrote in 1334. She once said the bishop's forehead was suspiciously wide. You stroll past a mural on the side of a grain shed. Two figures, walking in opposite directions. Between them, a flower, wilting slightly. Above, parted in peace, or something like it. Because while medieval people might not have had the language of ghosting or conscious uncoupling, they did have stories, symbols, and occasionally loud public arguments involving cabbages. And they understood that not every story ends with a wedding. Sometimes it ends with a sigh, a song, and a new beginning. So they moved on, wrote new verses, danced at different festivals, and occasionally married someone else entirely. Someone with fewer opinions about oxen and better smelling feet. You linger in the quiet for a moment, watching dusk stretch across the village rooftops. Somewhere, a lute starts up again, a different tune, a different chapter. Because even in the age of oaths and eternal vows, love was still human, fragile, funny, and sometimes finished. The road has narrowed now, soft earth beneath your feet, the sound of night birds far off in the trees. You pass one final village, quiet and candlelit, where the shutters are closed, but the windows glow like lanterns of memory. And here, at the edge of all that clamor and courting and turnip-laced affection, we arrive at the soft exhale of medieval romance, what came after the wedding. Because whether they met at a market, a monastery, a duel, or a puppet-led ceremony, eventually the lovers stopped chasing and started living. Welcome to the gentle world of love in the time of soup and silence. You pass a cottage. Inside, an old couple sits at a wooden table. He's stirring something in a pot. She's darning a sock. Neither speaks. They don't need to. The silence is seasoned. It's not cold. It's comfortable, like a cloak worn soft with time. Historians often focus on the chase, the courtship rituals, the tokens, the whispered songs. But what about the long years after? When love stopped rhyming, when ribbons faded, when no one had time to carve spoons because the goats had escaped again. In truth, daily life after marriage was less about fireworks and more about firewood. Fetching it, keeping it dry, arguing over who used the last of it. Romance lived in small gestures, a repaired shoe, an extra egg, bread left warm near a blanket. And yet, tenderness endured. One diary from a 15th century shepherd's wife describes how her husband woke early every winter to heat her shoes by the hearth before she stepped outside. Another tells of a midwife whose husband left little carved birds on the lintel every time she returned from delivering a child. Love didn't end. It just got quieter. And meals? Yes, soup mattered. Medieval stews weren't just nutrition. They were love letters made of lentils and whatever survived the winter. A good pot of food was often the only luxury a couple could offer each other. A spoon, shared by candlelight, meant survival and affection, and sometimes forgiveness. You pause at a bench where someone's left a bowl of dried herbs and a folded note, for when your joints ache or your heart. It wasn't all sweetness, of course. Couples argued about pigs, plows, laundry, and in-laws. But within those arguments lived a shared language, the kind formed when two people stack years like firewood, learning each other's weight weather, and flaws. Some medieval couples never said, "I love you," aloud. The phrase didn't quite exist in the way we use it now, but they said other things. "Have you eaten? I saved the last plum. Let me walk with you to the well." And for many, that was enough. You pass a churchyard and spot two headstones, side by side. One is chipped. The other leans against it slightly, as if they're still in conversation. There are no grand inscriptions, just initials, a faded cross, and the faint carving of a spoon. Perhaps, after all the duels and dances and declarations, this is where love was meant to lead, not to drama, but to devotion, not to sonnets, but to shared soup and silence. Historians still debate whether medieval marriages were mostly practical or mostly affectionate. But maybe the better question is, how many found their way from duty to peace? From arrangement to partnership? From nervous offerings of turnips to quiet evenings by the fire? You walk now toward the edge of the village, past cottages dimming one by one. The stars begin to show. Somewhere, someone is tucking a loved one's blanket tighter. Someone else is slicing an apple for two. The world is still. The chase is over. The story, soft as a hearth fire, flickers down to its final breath. You've made it, dear listener. The road is behind you now. The duels, the dances, the midnight ladders, and chicken bone love charms. All those hearts once wild with longing are resting. You're far from the noise of the market square, from the scent of vinegar perfumes and lute strings gone sharp. The grass beneath you is cool. The sky stretches wide, soft with stars. You can almost hear the wind brushing past old chapel stones, carrying songs once whispered through shutters now long shut. Let your breath slow. Let the world drift gently away. Tonight, you've walked through the strange and tender corners of a forgotten time, where love grew in soil, in ink, in laughter, and in silence, where hearts risked everything, just to be seen. So now, let your thoughts settle like dust on a windowsill. Let them curl, soften, fade. No more turnips, no more oaths, no more poems that get you exiled. Just quiet, just peace. You're safe here. Sleep well.